Dragi prijatelji, gospodine ministre.
Dear guests, Mr. Minister, esteemed guests, dear audience, welcome to UA Day 2024, the Day of Universal Acceptance. My name is Dijana Milutinovic from the Foundation of the National Domain Registry of Serbia, an organization which has the honor of being this key framework happening to mark the day, Universal Acceptance Day. Before we start with the more official part, I would just give a few practical advice. Most of today's program, 4 panels and a technical workshop, which will be held at the end of the day, parallel with the 4th plenary panel, will be organized in English. So, if it's easier for you to follow the Serbian translation, you can collect the headphones for the translation.
That we have many guests from abroad here in this room and a wide audience following a stream online at this moment for many parts of the world. I will not give much intro about what universal acceptance is and what UA Day is, because we will hear about it a bit more later on. But I would like to welcome our guests to Belgrade. The city so nicely situated at the confluence of 2 beautiful rivers, the city that sleeps sometimes, but whose inhabitants use internet all the time. Welcome to Serbia, the capital. I welcome to Belgrade, in the capital of Serbia, a country with over 6 million people living, calling their home, and a country where 88% of people use Serbian language. However, there are over 20 minority languages also used within our country. I'm proud to say that our registry enables domain name registration for almost all of those minority languages, no matter the script they are written in, whether Latin or Cyrillic. But more would be heard about it from our CEO, Mr. Dejan Đukić, so I invite him to take the floor. Mr. Đukić, please.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Belgrade. Thank you for following this Universal Acceptance Day from all over the world. Since we are celebrating universal acceptance, I will continue my speech in Serbian.
Welcome once again. The Foundation of the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry, the host of this event, is managing the RS and SRB domain. We are the youngest European registry with an annual growth rate above the European average. The SRB domain is the second Cyrillic domain in the world. In 2012, it enabled national users in Serbia to use their own language when registering the domain. RS has become an IDN in 2018 on the International Human Rights Day, and thereby the users using both Serbian and ethnic minority languages in Serbia, this allowed them to use their script and language for registering this primary RS domain, and which is older and more prevalent. Since March 5th, 2019, in the scope of the SRB domain, other national communities in Serbia were enabled to use their own language, so the set of Cyrillic letters in the SRB domain was extended to all national minorities living in Serbia. By providing the service of registration and allowing high accessibility of the domain name, our foundation has enabled the users unhindered use of internet and their scripts and languages online. The systems supporting the RS and SRB domain are stable and reliable, since our national domain have been visible on the internet. Also, our foundation is educating cybersecurity topics and promotes adequate business presence online. On the other hand, the domains without content are not sufficient, so the registry is promoting Cyrillic online through creating useful content on Cyrillic and supporting the use of the script. And so we are working on support and creating Cyrillic fonts that, well, our local community has recognized as useful. Finally, I want to thank colleagues from the Universal Acceptance, the regional coordination group of the community of independent states in Eastern Europe, with which we are exchanging experiences in terms of the application of ID and domain, supporting the idea that this event is held in Serbia.
And from the announcements, and at the end of the day, as you can see on the screen, the event is organized by ICANN and UASG as a UASG and us as a local partner. So in this particular occasion, I would give the floor to Mr. Danko Jevtovic, Vice Chair of the ICANN Board of Directors. Mr. Jevtovic, please.
Hvala I hvala Ranicu.
Thank you. Thank you to Sir.
So my name is Danko Jevtovic. I'm the Vice Chair of the ICANN's board, and I obviously live in Belgrade in Serbia, so it's a global organization and it's a global board. ICANN is proud to, last year, to have celebrated 25 years of ICANN existence, and that's 25 years on one and secure internet for all. But what we can do more. The third of the world, more than 2 billion people, still does not use the internet. So we are working to help them to bring the last billions of people to online. And as the most of the world is not native English speakers, we must include them. So the UA Day celebrates the richness and diversity of more than 6,500 worldwide languages that we need to bring to the internet. And this is the way. UA Day reminds us that the internet, to be truly multilingual, we need unique identifiers, all domain names, to be fully functional. Universal Acceptance Steering Group that we mentioned, that is the organizer of this meeting, is a global community, but is supported by ICANN with organization and also funding. And Universal Acceptance Steering Group is leading this work. I would also like to note that Serbian participants are also working in the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, and also from the registry, we've been part of the generation panels for Latin and Cyrillic scripts. Members from Serbia have been part of this community, and I think that Serbia is, how to say, pulling more than our weight of the size of our country is participating in these global events. UA is technical requirement that all valid domain names, including new GTLDs and including international domain names, should be, and all valid email addresses should be fully accepted on internet, on all the websites, on all the domain, all the devices, and all the services. So it is a basically technical work, but for that work to be successful, we need participation of all. We need participation of providers of IT services. We need participation of end users to request their domain names to function everything. So it is important effort for the whole of the global community. And in order to support that, ICANN is organizing this event, and in this Universal Acceptance Month, we have more than 50 global events, some of them virtual, some of them in person throughout the world. And this one is Belgrade, in Belgrade is the central one. So I'm proud, because I live in Serbia and work globally, I'm proud that we have this global UASG event here today. And to show the importance of this for the ICANN, we have asked our President and CEO, Sally Costerton, to come in person here in Belgrade and to participate in this global event. And I would just like to note that actually Sally is the highest ranking functionary on the internet governance globally that has visited our region. So thank you, Sally, for doing that. And thank you to ICANN for sending you. So universal acceptance ideas are critical for the success also of the next round of GTLDs, meaning that ICANN is working to enable more top-level domain names in various languages to be present on the internet. And we believe this is hugely important for many communities worldwide, for many languages and many nationalities worldwide, and also for businesses to have their full presence on the internet. And obviously UA work is important for that effort to be successful and for those domain names to really function. And in conclusion, I would like to add a bit of my own personal perspective on the UA and the internet, because here in Serbia, we use both Cyrillic and Latin script for the Serbian language. The official script is Cyrillic, but we use also a lot of Latin. And this is, I think, important example how effort by the Serbian National Registry, as Dan outlined, is helping all of us to have this great support for the UA domain names everywhere and also here in Serbia. And also openness of the internet and open and free internet is of huge importance, especially for the small and developing countries. And this is something that we need to recognize, and I think ICANN's work in this environment is very important. So welcome to Belgrade. Welcome to UASG for recognizing Serbia. Welcome, thank you to Registry for organizing this, and let's make internet accessible for all. Thank you.
As you may realize so far, Serbia is not just a country with a convenient geographical position, but some type of a hub in the region in many senses. And what do we do to maintain the status of a hub, of a meeting point in many means, especially in terms of technology and development, will be heard more from the Minister of Information and Telecommunications of the Republic of Serbia, Mr. Mihajlo Jovanovic, who I invite to take the floor and officially open UA Day 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Dejan and Danko, esteemed representatives of the academia, international and national organizations, I want to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Information and Telecommunications. I want to congratulate you for having organized this international conference to mark the Day of Universal Acceptance, which is the main request and baseline for the further expansion of the internet as the main channel of communication in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Today should remind us the extent to which this world is a nicer and more diverse society owing to different social communities that have brought with them their authentic culture, the legacy through different languages and traditions. Serbia has a wealthy history characterized by cultural diversity with a lengthy tradition of interethnic tolerance that with time consolidated and enriched our national identity. And so today there is no better place from Serbia to hold this event where, owing to a huge number of different ethnic or minority communities, this paints the best possible picture of the cultural diversity and cherishing the specialty of all our peoples. And respecting diversity and the needs of other peoples also reflects to the diversity of programs on minority languages, which are constant on our national broadcasters, where the communities can express their cultural identity. Especially in technological development, the world has gone further, and the internet has embraced a revolution in our reality and changed our daily routine, becoming the main channel of communication of the modern era. It brings many advantages which make our lives better, enable social development, enables better information, wide possibilities and opportunities for learning, enables communication of people regardless of the distance. For all these reasons, all people in the world should have equal access to the internet. Currently, there are more than 8 billion people in our world, and about 5.4 billion people use the internet. However, 2.6 billion people have never been online. This is a serious challenge to which this conference will be tasked to try to respond. In which language or script future internet users will be able to use its amenities and benefits, what will be the names of the domain, the email addresses they will use, etc. Serbia has found a way for many language barriers online and overcame them owing to internationalized domain names, which open a wide range of choices for the users. When it comes to multi-language presence online, our foundation has done a very important task in addition to its contribution to connectivity and safety online in Serbia and great quality of services and availability, in addition to the fact that both the domains RS and SRB are internationalized domain names. The registry has enabled internet in Serbia to use the internet in every language spoken in our country. The Cyrillic internet domain .srb, which started to be registered in 2012, is the second national internet domain that can be registered in Cyrillic since 2019. In the domain .srb, the domain name with an extended set of Cyrillic scripts of Bulgarian, Russian, Ukrainian, etc., was enabled, and the fact that the national domain can be registered with the use of the script of minority people, both Latin and Cyrillic, is an important prerequisite for diversity online, starting with the domain name. On the other hand, the Ministry of Information and Telecommunication has been working on having fast and reliable internet to all the places in Serbia, the most renowned villages, remote villages in the country. We have started the works on a major capital project of broadband development by building the missing infrastructure in rural areas and connecting public institutions like primary schools in remote villages and also households, so connecting them to the broadband network, with the aim of covering 99% of the households in rural areas in Serbia with new generation networks by the end of 2025, by which the most remote villages will have access to optical internet. When it comes to digitization of the education system, which is important for future generations growing in a digital age, so reliability and availability, accessibility, the ministry has finished a major capital project called Connected Schools. Through these projects, we have introduced reliable and quick internet through the academic AMRAS network. We have built a wireless local computer network and enable access online in every classroom in all major primary and secondary schools in Serbia, a total of 1,843, out of which almost 1,000 has an ultra-fast optical internet network. We have also introduced quick and reliable internet through the academic network in another almost 2,000 smaller school buildings in Serbia. So through this project of Connected Schools, we connected more than 3,800 school buildings of primary and secondary schools with 35,000 classrooms used by more than 730,000 students and 100,000 teachers and professors. Also, our ministry bears all the costs of maintenance of such an extended network, so primary and secondary schools have no maintenance costs to bear. So once again, I want to, well, praise all the efforts of the foundation of the national internet domain of Serbia on the use of the Cyrillic script, and also they have been trusted with organizing this international event, which confirms that their efforts have been recognized in the wider global community. It is only that being responsible that we can all work on digital inclusion, which is the future of all futures, contributing at the same time to universal acceptance that we'll be closer to after this conference. Welcome to Serbia and Belgrade. I wish you successful and fruitful work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
We'll start with the official part of the program and our first plenary session. So I would like to invite Mr. Mikhail Anisimov, Senior Manager, Global Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN, to announce his panel, his guests and panelists.
Thank you so much, Diana. I would like to welcome my speakers on the stage. Please have a seat. Yeah, in whichever you feel comfortable with. We do not have plates, so yeah. One, two. Okay, our mic's working. Yes, we will be speaking English at the whole panel. We will be speaking English, the whole panel, so it's just a reminder for our moderator and for you distinguished guests. Thank you so much for coming. This is the first opening session of today's conference, and today we're going to be talking about different approaches which international organizations and community groups are taking to promote and deploy actually the principles of universal acceptance. We will keep this session interactive. I will be asking questions to our panelists. And at the end of this session, you're also welcome to make your comments and questions. So please participate. So first I would like to make a round of questions to all speakers, and I would kindly ask you to be quite brief, like 3-4 minutes per answer, so we could have some more time for the discussion. And my first question will be for Sally Costerton, President and CEO of ICANN. So ICANN has a strategic plan, 5-year plan, and beside that we have the CEO goals. And the universal acceptance is a part of both documents. Moreover, we have a lot of expectations about the universal acceptance related to the new GTLD program, which is coming shortly in 2026. Can you please briefly explain us why it's important and why it's been included in the CEO goals and strategic plan?
Yes. Oh, it works. That's good. Thank you, and thank you all very much. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank everybody here with us today in Belgrade and online for taking the time to be with us. This is incredibly important. Why is it in the goals? Because it is so critical to ICANN's ability to deliver its mission, which is the sustainable, interoperable, global, secure internet. And ICANN's role in that, as you all know, is the coordination of the technical identifiers. Now, for us to fully deliver our mission, as the minister just said very clearly, we need all the internet users in the world, ideally, to be able to access all the internet content in the world. And a primary barrier to that today is that inability of people who do not speak English and do not use Latin scripts to access all that content, because so much of it today is in English, is in Latin scripts. So it couldn't be more important to ICANN's ability to deliver its mission that we can progress the universal acceptance, the switchover that allows that to change.
Thank you so much, Sally. We should have also the Mr. Anil Kumar Jan. Is he online? Can you please help me to identify him?
Ah, there he is.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Mr. Kumar. It's nice to welcome you on the panel. Yeah, so my next question is to you, actually. The UASG is a bottom-up community-driven group which works the worldwide, which works globally. And we've been talking a lot about switching our focus from the awareness raising to the deployment. So I would like you to give us a brief observation of what technical challenges the universal acceptance meets and how we address them. If you can give just like a 3-4 minutes review of that, that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Michael, and hello, Belgrade. And I'm very happy to be part of this panel. And as Sally has said, that main objective of ICANN is to ensure that globally everybody is connected. And if everybody is connected means that they are able to talk to each other equally, and they are able to access all content, all applications, all information effectively for their own use. Now we know that the whole world has multiple languages, multiple culture, multiple way of doing it. So to bring all of them together, we need that there should be a common language through which they can effectively use them. And now, as we know that historically, English was the language when internet was invented, and internet has progressed. More than 60% of the world population do not speak English. So we have to bring those people to use internet effectively. Now, this process has started somewhere in 2013, 2014, when the GTLD round in 2012 was opened by ICANN. And we have seen that the new GTLD round at that particular time was inconsistently handled by software products and online services. Even the Unicode and Punicode were not effectively integrated by the software applications. There were a lot of software applications which were not following the RFC. So there was a need for a group which can effectively integrate the non-English speaking, non-English domains, and also effectively work on the emails which can get integrated in those domains. So basically, if we talk about universal acceptance, the universal acceptance is talking about two things. Number one, acceptance of domains and acceptance of email by all software applications, whether they are underlying software applications or they are programming languages. Now, we have progressed since 2015, since the UASG was formed in the last 8 years, but there are still a lot of miles which we have to travel and we have to complete. The issues which we are facing is, number one, whenever we are asking any organization to adopt UA, they are asking what is the economic benefit that organization is going to have. So we conducted a study in 2017, which clearly says that there was a scope at that particular time of $10 billion if they adopt UA. Now, this could have been $100 billion by now. Number two, we still developing the organizations who will support those organizations which are not UA ready, but they want to become UA ready. So this process globally will take time. Similarly, we are also helping people to get a help desk for the developers and technology providers in case they are in a process of getting their system UA ready, in case they stuck up in between, how to do it. And finally, when we are drawing the 5-year strategic plan, we found that there are 4 pillars which are important for us to take the word as a UA ready. Number 1, involvement of the government. And I'm really happy that Serbian government has
Sorry to
decided to
interrupt you.
conduct UA Day.
Is it working? Mr. Kumar, sorry to interrupt you, but for the benefits of time, I have to keep it brief and have to limit the speakers. But we can definitely get back to this question later during the question and answer session. Thank you so much for your input.
So can I take just 30 seconds more?
Yeah, sure, just briefly.
Yeah. And so I was talking about the government involvement. And second is the big tech involvement like Apple, Google, Facebook, where most of the population get connected on everyday basis. The third most important is the academia, means the people, future people who should get ready to accept internet in all languages and all content. And finally, the DNS industry, which includes the registry, registrar, ISPs, and registrant to a large extent. So UASG is working on those 4 pillars with the next 5-year strategic plan, and we hope that we should be able to get a significant achievement by end of this 5 years, by 2029. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your input. Okay, Leonid Todorov, Mr. Todorov, you're a general manager of the APTLD. It's actually the largest regional TLD association. And we know that a lot of members of your association have ideas and does a lot of inputs in the universal acceptance. And you have quite unique best practices. I mean, it's bottom-up self-organizing structures where the more, let's say, technologically advanced registries helping other members of your association to get aligned with those principles. Can you tell us a bit more about this work and how these have been achieved? Thank you so much.
Thank you, dragi prijatelji, kolegi.
Dear friends and colleagues, it is of course a pleasure to go back to Serbia. I'm coming back to English.
Anyway, so thank you. I mean, APTLD is a regional organization for CCTLD registries like our needs, but in Asia Pacific. So we have over 50 members, and indeed we have quite an impressive record of delivering on certain universal acceptance projects. And indeed, it was done in a very horizontal manner by means of working groups. They are, I would say, very quickly assembling, usually. They include experts, peers, understandably, and they follow very tight timelines, because usually in Asia Pacific, whatever should be done the day before yesterday. So we're always like catching up. That means that whenever we have a request, it should be done within a month or so. So these groups are pretty much short-living. Also, the practical outcome, a very tangible outcome of their work is typically a working paper, which then is available exclusively for our members because we are a closed club. So whatever benefits are there, they are just for members only. What is also important is that you know that this region, I mean, Asia Pacific, is prone to all kinds of, you know, geopolitical games, and there is a very sophisticated interplay of different interests, geopolitical interests. So that is so more important that our working groups they stay neutral, and everybody participates on equal ground, and their decisions are not binding. These are just recommendations. And finally, when we come with our recommendations, we got to be rational. We do understand that a small, vulnerable country with, I don't know, several hundred thousands of residents will hardly implement universal acceptance within, I don't know, a year or even 10 years. So we try to be more accurate in this regard by suggesting that there should be some measures to take so that the country will benefit from universal acceptance. And citing some recent projects, those were for Cambodia, for Laos. Those were from the very, very beginning, you know, just some groundbreaking exercises for them to better understand benefits of universal acceptance. Most recently, it was Iraq, also because they were revamping their CCTLD, and that way we had to develop a number of policies so that to make them more responsive to whatever challenges universal acceptance and IDN-related issues may bring about in the future. And finally, on a very special note, I must admit that we had a project which was a solo gig. We didn't even need a working group for that, and it was done by a particular person. Some of you may know Grigory Sagyan from Armenia. So he just by himself made a tremendous job by compiling more than 100-page paper on universal acceptance, on which that was a project commissioned by the ASEAN Secretariat. 11 nations actually wanted to know what can be done in this area. So Grigory did that monumental job, which unfortunately cannot be shared with you because it's under copyright, and ASEAN is pretty selfish in that regard. They just kept it for themselves, probably for future reference. So by and large, I must say that APTLD as a unique platform for the region, which boasts more than 3,000 languages, some of which still do not have script. That's so much for universal acceptance. They don't have scripts, even latent scripts. So APTLD does its chunk of work for the region so that to make sure that the internet is there, but also that everyone can get connected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonid. This actually sounds like a great practice. Do you think that any other community group can accept that and do similar things about helping to self-organize the community in doing that work?
Well, I certainly believe that they can. The only problem is that how to get people organized, because that's the most important challenge. Everybody is so busy with their duties. And by the way, here I would like just to commend our needs, because whatever we need their expertise, they are around, you know, flying to the absolutely opposite part of the planet just to deliver that assistance and to share their best practice. But again, it's all about enthusiasm, it's all about commitment, and it's all about, I would say, some kind of, you know, management practices and sticks and carrots which a CEO or GM should have at hand to make, to get people to work, you know.
Good point. Thank you so much, Tony. So my next question is to Mr. Jaroslav Ponder, the head of ITU Office of Europe. So several years ago, in 2022, actually, in Bucharest, the ITU issued the resolution which describes the efforts of the ITU to contribute to the domain names in the local languages and to universal acceptable principles. The ITU is intergovernmental organizations, and the governments still believed to be one of the most important stakeholders in this process. Can you please tell us about the ITU plans on that field, and maybe particularly about how you engage with the governments and how you motivate them to take part in this process? Please.
Thank you very much for this question. And of course, we are very much pleased that this resolution has been adopted, because indeed the ITU, as the oldest international organization which accompanies basically the ICT sector, makes its bets to provide the governments the platform for debating instrumental issues, escalating them, and making sure that the appropriate strategies at the country level are set in stone. And this is happening, so therefore this resolution was important milestone in terms of also putting on the agenda this item of many governments. We are doing quite a lot of outreach to the countries, but also working with all those relevant stakeholders who drive this process. And this is very important that also today, during this debate, we can encourage the many stakeholders to engage in this process to make sure that we, in the long term, the connectivity which we are committed to as the International Telecommunication Union is not only the bench of cables, but it becomes universal and meaningful. And talking about this, of course, this brings us to our framework, which we are trying to deploy with the countries to make sure that multilingualism is in the core of their strategy setting, because this meaningfulness and universality will not come from the top-down approach. It has to be boosted from the bottom. Without the proper skilled staff at the grassroots level, you will never have the local language-driven applications, the content, which is missing. And I think that the more we are dedicating of our efforts towards this, the better it will be. Just few items. Our minister from the Republic of Serbia already mentioned that currently we have 2.6 billion people out of the reach. So they are entirely out of anything what we could call digital. But we have other billions which are connected. But we need to take a step and pause and to think, how do they use the internet? When I'm taking a look as the person in charge of directing operations in Europe in 46 countries at our data, I'm traumatized. We have only 42% of the laborers or the population with the basic digital skills. So imagine 60%, these are the users who have most probably the mobile phone. They're happy to receive the WhatsApp and to have the new generation, even 5G, fifth generation mobile phone. But how do they use this? So I think that there is significant work to be done in order to transform the infrastructure into something very useful to boost the economic growth, social inclusion, and this is the reason also why we are putting the social inclusion so high on the agenda. And there is still work to be done, of course, with those who are disconnected, those who are making the first steps in order to provide this last mile connectivity to the people. It's not only about connecting them, but also to making sure that they can afford this. And just last week, we have released the new data, which always will shock you, because when we are comparing the prices for the basic internet access in the wealthy countries to those in the low-income countries, you will see that they have to spend for the basic internet access 20 times more in their countries. This is not a peanut. We are assuming that we have the access, we can play with this, we can integrate, embed this, but of course, the moment when we are talking about the AI applications, 6G, 5G, of course, the bandwidth requirements grows exponentially. And once we are talking about the high bandwidth access, then in those countries, they have to pay 36 times more. This is a significant budget line in any household. And that's why many people will remain disconnected in case we are not addressing this. Many people will not be the contributor to the multilingualism process because they will not prioritize this. So that's why we have to work together on this process to make sure that all relevant stakeholders are contributing, creating synergies, such as platforms like the ITU being the intergovernmental platform, but with the multi-stakeholder character has to be used appropriately, and I will talk about this later.
Thank you so much. So as far as I understand, this resolution, which shows the commitment of the ITU to support the IDN and universal acceptance, is the initiatives which stays in line with other initiatives which could be covered with a bigger umbrella of connecting the next billion, which is a common goal for the ITU, ICANN, and some other organizations. Yeah, thank you so much. And you mentioned a very important thing about the multicultural environment and multilingualism, which bring us very natural to the next speaker. Mr. Banu Nipan, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if your pronunciation is well. So Mr. Panu is an advisor in for ICT and SciSci at UNESCO, and my next question is for you. So I know that UNESCO is doing a lot of work under the big umbrella of projects related to the multilingualism, and there is a big initiative like Mother Tongue Day under the UNESCO. So could you please say a few words about your input in the universal acceptance related thing, which is framed inside this bigger project about the multilingual internet and things related to that? Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, and thanks, ICANN, for having me here. Just two things, that I'll have to point out here. Number one is during 2003, when member states were discussing World Summit on Information Society, UNESCO's member states were talking, and they agreed on a resolution on, and this resolution is promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace, which actually talked about universal acceptance back in 2003. So UNESCO's member states were quite visionary in that one. So this resolution requires member states to report back to UNESCO what have they done in the last 4 years of action. So what have they done this year? Just last year, when the fifth report was submitted, the governments have decided to accept universal acceptance as part of this recommendation. So now, in the next cycle, when member states will report back to UNESCO, they will also talk about what have they done as far as universal acceptance is concerned in their country. Everyone spoke about, how we must, relate to the policy level. So I think, there is a lot of role that we have to play in linking multilingualism to the policy space, but not only multilingualism per se by celebrating, say, Mother Language Day, but at the same time, talking about, multilingualism in the cyberspace, in the policy space. So what in this particular spectrum, we're doing a number of things, right now, and perhaps, it'll be very useful. We are, in fact, trying to bring a universal acceptance as part of, the 12th commitment that the United Nations had put together during its 75th anniversary. So when the next, say, the Summit of the Future will take place, we are trying to pitch universal acceptance as part of the strategy which talks about digital inclusion. So if digital inclusion is there, universal acceptance needs to be there. That's the first thing. The second thing that we are trying to do is there are many countries which have made some advances as far as universal acceptance is concerned, but many of the countries are still do not know what to do. So I think we have decided to again join hands with ICANN. And in fact, there was an existing agreement, that ICANN and UNESCO had, which was signed in 2009. We will be renewing that spirit of cooperation again. And on May 6th, there will be an event, in Paris to sign a new agreement to push forward. And this agreement primarily looks at, how 195 member states of United Nations can be brought within the larger bandwagon of universal acceptance, and how there's almost 7,011 languages in which they are still surviving can find their space in the cyberspace. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Pano. So we had a brief announcement of another event which is coming, and it's about the signing the agreement between ICANN and UNESCO that is also coming shortly. Okay, thank you so much for your inputs. We've been talking, and we've mentioned very important thing during those initial speeches, which is the expanding of the internet. In it, this term has quite, different senses and different perspectives, which brings us to the next question. The ICANN has the new GTLD program, which had the first round back in 2012, and the next round is expected in 2026. It's not a secret, there's a lot of expectations with that round is connected to the IDNs and universal acceptance. I mean, that we expect new applications from cultural and linguistic communities which is still underrepresented in the world. Sally, could you please share some of your expectations of the next round and what role universal acceptance and IDN-related things will play in this second round, please?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. So as you rightly say, since 2012, around 1,200 new generic top-level domains have been put into the root zone and are now operating in many different kinds of different businesses, different structures, to help private business with things like branding, to help cities, so things like .Berlin, .London, so community groups coming together around a common sort of digital infrastructure. And they've been very successful. Now, domain names and email addresses, of course, we know, we've discussed today, are very critical for that digital inclusion, that bigger societal goal that you both talked about and was so much a part of ICANN's. It's in ICANN's mission. It's written down as a set of instructions to those in the board and the organization who are community. You must do this. This is part of why ICANN exists, is to expand that digital inclusion. And one aspect of that, which is also in ICANN's mission, is to continue to increase those, if you like, the real estate, as the Americans would say, of top-level domains around the world, and to make those more accessible. Now, this round, ICANN uses the term the next round, which of course slightly assumes you remember that it's the second round, but anyway, moving on. 2026, around exactly 2 years from now, we are targeting that further expansion specifically at applicants who want to use scripts, particularly scripts and languages. So the effort and the work that we're doing now with the UASG, with Anil and the group, with everybody in this room, everybody on this panel, to raise awareness about the need to have that universal acceptance switchover done now, soon. Because those people that are all over the world, in many different countries where those citizens are not yet online. And you made the point that even if they're online, they may not be accessing, the lack of universal acceptance is blocking them. So we want to, a part of ICANN's mission is to use this next expansion, this next round of generic top-level domains to help to solve that problem. But in order to make that most effective, we have to make sure that if people apply for, I don't know, in Cyrillic, whatever it might be, their business that they want to .coffee shop or whatever it might be in their own script, that is to allow you to both engage with a Cyrillic community, not just here, but around the world, as somebody who wants to start a business, an entrepreneur, but for existing businesses who may have, using a very English-focused sort of top-level domain structure, generic top-level domain structure, to adopt new scripts at the top level to make those businesses truly global. So don't, as business owners, even if you're already engaged, there's a huge opportunity here at this expansion stage, this next round, to open up your business to a truly global market of people who use the, I think your minister said 6,000, or Danko did, 6,000 scripts that today exist in the world. And so also you were talking about, Leonard, that those are the people we want to bring to the table. So the focus today is both on preparing at ICANN for opening that round with our community and all the engineering and policy work that needs to happen, the project planning, but specifically in the universal acceptance strand to do everything we can to make sure that we're going to get the maximum benefit for the people that apply in 2 years' time.
Thank you so much, Sally. I just wanted to continuing what you have just said, I just wanted to mention that before the ICANN, I was the part of the team which was launching the .Moscow and .Moskva on Cyrillic back in the days. And this was an initiative taken by a commercial organization. So my next question would be, I believe for several speakers can take that, because it's quite general question. One of the most stakeholders on whose activity the universal acceptance is depending much is the business community and commercial organization. But there is kind of, constraint because All those organizations are based on the principles of profitability and business utility. And one of the most important questions is how to motivate the business community to be engaged in universal acceptance. That's what we are, working for. For sure, we have the community group specifically targeted on that audience, but I think this is still a question for everyone. So I would like for sure Dr. Kumar to answer that question as well, because we have some business organizations in the Universal Acceptance Steering Group and local initiatives. How you invite them, how you motivate those people to work with on those projects, and for sure to every other speakers who want to take that after Mr. Kumar. So Mr. Kumar, please.
Thank you, Mikhail. And it is a very important question because any business entity, when they go for a new venture, they look at the profitability. So this UASG is a multi-stakeholder group with technologists, industries, civil societies, government, language experts, academia, as part of the entire group. Now, when we discussed about the industry, for example, as Sally has said, let us say the coffee shop, or maybe a computer manufacturer, or a builders, they see that how much they are going to benefit by adopting UA. And the answer to this is that today, suppose X number of people are connected to them commercially online, and they are able to access their offering, they are able to access their products, they are able to access their market. And if they are able to adopt UA, then X will get multiplied by 50 or maybe 100. And not only it is the expansion of these people, but you are able to go specific into various cultural groups, which do not use English, but they particularly feel that this particular industry is beneficial to them. Now, that is what initially when I was giving remarks, we personally feel that there is a approximately business of $100 billion in the entire industrial group to get benefited by adoption of UA. We are able to successfully do it, and I'm very happy to inform you that companies like Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Apple, now they have universal acceptance as part of their business strategy, which is going to come. So this speaks a lot about the acceptance of universal acceptance as a business tool. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. I believe that it's important to keep this momentum. And behind the big five who already doing something on this field, it's important to invite broader community. And yeah, please, Leonid, I can see your hand.
Thank you. I'll be brief, although perhaps a little bit poignant, by saying that, well, you cannot operate with slogans when you deal with business, and it's a hard sell still. We have to admit it. Universal acceptance is a hard sell. I rather believe that we should develop some set of necessary and sufficient conditions under which businesses would love to embark on this journey with everyone. And I developed kind of list for myself. I just crafted that list, and I would say that universal acceptance will be mostly successful in a country with a very low level of literacy, whether you like it or not, with a very low level of command of the English language. And we have two very good examples. That's Russia and China, where the level of command of foreign languages is below 20%. Then I would say that we should talk, as it was already mentioned here, about economic development and wealth. Certainly, if a country is very poor and very vulnerable, we shouldn't expect local businesses to be enthusiastic about universal acceptance, because they have to deal with daily problems of their own. So probably it should be measured in GDP per capita or CPI or whatever other economic index, just to find out who will be exposed to universal acceptance more than others. And I think that's a very important issue is the level of openness of the country. The more isolated the country is, which goes usually in tandem with a very poor command of any foreign languages, the more successful universal acceptance might be. That's a paradox. We have to deal with that. And so goes, hand in hand with the economic wealth. Obviously, if the country is poor, then the number of businesses is small that will be UA ready. And finally, I think that we underestimate or downplay, when we talk about multilingualism, whatever it means, the importance of yet another factor. That is the collection of literature, whether fiction or non-fiction or technical, in a local language. Because I believe that the absence of such literature, the absence of legacy, language legacy, which it can be put on paper, is one of those major impediments to universal acceptance. Because why would you need a non-Latin script to access what? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wants to? Yeah, please share us off.
Thank you very much. I think I always love the question about the private sector because we, as the ITU, is very much open in the UN system, working hand in hand with currently over 1,000 private sectors and sector members. And I think that this creates this spirit of the multi-stakeholder approach, which needs to be applied for most of the processes. And of course, we are very much proud of the World Summit on the Information, which helped the whole UN system also to work around this multi-stakeholderism in the way how we are experiencing the multi-stakeholders these days, where the role of the private sector and really implementing power of the private sector is very well understood. The right stakeholders are at the table whenever it's needed, but of course the more encouragement is needed in order to ensure universality. And this is the reason why any kind of the actions which we at the ITU level do, and currently we have also the Council Working Group on the Internet policy issues. We are doing the open consultations, multi-stakeholder consultations. Currently, the member states decided to focus on the development aspects of the strengthen the Internet, and this includes also the multilingualism. And of course, it's great to receive a lot of inputs from the member states, but also equally, it's very important to receive the different views from those who are driving this type of the initiatives like the universal acceptance in order to inspire the others. That is not only for the big players, but also for the other players to join, to co-create, and to create a new ecosystem in this sense. So whoever is not aware of this, please visit us in the virtual space. Take a look at this opportunity to add your voice to the debate and to help the governments and other stakeholders to better understand who has the quite important role to play in many different initiatives, including those. Coming back to the very particular year which we are experiencing this year. Already my colleague from UNESCO mentioned the Summit of the Future, and there are a lot of processes going on, and of course, as the ITU, UNESCO, UNDP, we are very much proud of the World Summit on the Information Society plus 20 high-level events to be held just in May, which will get the exactly multi-stakeholder community and to take a look at different so-called WSIS action lines. And some of them, they're talking directly about the multilingualism, how to make this happen, how to strengthen, encouraging the private sector to be part of this conversation, but mainly focusing on the implementation. So not about on the policy debate, but implementation, how to really turn and initiatives like this into the real impact on the ground. And this is what we are currently need, and the acceptance of all stakeholders to be part of this is very crucial for us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please, Bana.
30 seconds on
Yeah,
this
sure.
one. In fact, for big players also, it's not always the profit is the key. Perhaps social development is the concern for everyone. I'll give you an example. When the International Decade for Indigenous Languages were launched in 2022, and when the multi-stakeholderism was announced, many big players came online. And in fact, we are just about to forge a cooperation with Meta right now, primarily to enhance multilingualism again online. But at the same time, it so happened that there is a major community that believes in open source. So these people have come on forward, and in fact, there is a whole LLM community which actually does open source. So we are in fact in a process of organizing a round table of this one, that what can they contribute to the overall discussion and take this this issue forward. So I think there are parallel issues that are happening, and sometimes when one big player cannot do, perhaps many small players put together can somehow become a bigger player to match the kind of drive that is needed for universal acceptance.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is actually a very important point, because sometimes we're talking about, even if we're talking about businesses and private organizations, it's not only about the profit, it's about the social responsibility. And one of the action points which we are pursuing is inspiring people to do that. And talking about inspiring and the implementations which have been mentioned earlier at this panel, Sally, I want to turn to you. I know that ICANN is aligning its technical systems to universal acceptance principles. Do you think that this could become a kind of role model for our other organizations, including private organizations, for doing the same things?
Thank you. Yes, well, we are an organization like lots of other organizations are, and guess what? We have the same issue. So we have to look at universal acceptance for our own systems. And like most of you and most of the organizations that we're talking about raising awareness with, we have legacy systems. We have old, existing email systems and many different software platforms that we use. Many of you who work with us, I don't know, I can see some familiar faces in the room. You'll be very familiar with using some of those software platforms. And we are wearing at the moment inside ICANN, I would say kind of two hats, but they're connected. The first one is supporting this exercise, this global effort, working with Dr. Kumar, working with the UASG, working in the different countries as we are doing here today in Serbia, to do everything we can and to use all our community and our resources and our partnerships with UNESCO, which you talked about, and ITU, which are strong, and our CCTLD. So everyone on this panel, we are doing that. We're part of that ecosystem. The other side of it is we're doing it for our own systems. And so we have an extensive rolling process that we're working inside ICANN. And the latest announcement I can say is, which is very exciting, is that ICANN's email system is now universally accepting. So now our email systems, we've gone through that gate, and we're looking at all our systems because for example, when we're bringing on new vendors and suppliers to help us to produce things that ICANN, that software platforms and tools, we put it in as a requirement when we're looking for suppliers that we want them to, if they're not already universally compliant, universal acceptance, we want them to commit that they will work with us to get there. Which is the last point I would make, and I can see Arndt sitting here in the front row, one of my colleagues, and we have a significant resource inside our staff organization as well as inside the community, of which you're going to see Arndt later, to go out and help with training and education. So it's one thing getting people, we've talked a lot this morning about how to encourage people to ask the question, to say, I need to do this for my organization. That's really what the Awareness Day is about. But once we've got them excited, they may say, well, okay, but I don't know how to do this. What do I actually do? What's the practical exercise that I have to go through? And so we've set up, and ICANN has done a lot of this, but many of our partners have as well inside the community, lots of training tools and materials. You can find access to all of those on the ICANN website. So please go and have a look, and we'll hear more about it this afternoon. But I do want to stress that we need that help too, by the way, because guess what? All of these organizations, we're all going through this for the first time. Now, that experience for us at ICANN is teaching us also a lot about what it actually takes to get that work done. And that, in turn, is informing the training and the development work that we're offering to those wider business and communities and ecosystems that we're talking about. So it's a big commitment. That's why it's in the CEO goals, because it's a big resource commitment. And so we have to make sure that we prioritize that resource to make sure we can get that work done.
Thank you so much, Sally. So we still have like 5 minutes before the session is over. And if we have any questions from the audience or maybe online. Okay, at this point we do not have any. But Leonid, yeah, I can see your hands.
Yeah, I would like to pick from what Sally has just ended with. You see, that's a very old Asian or Oriental saying that no matter how often you will say the word baklava, there will be no sweet sensation in your mouth, right? So I believe that when we talk universal acceptance or any other issue within this group, or I mean, translating it for the broadcasting for the global audience, we should be mindful of right messages for a very targeted audience. Otherwise we are just we can get lost in translation. So people will simply not be ready to accept that message whatsoever. That's for one. And secondly, I'm a big fan of institutional economics, and I strongly believe that when we talk about corporation social responsibility or the need for multilingualism, I strongly believe that whenever people and organizations are guided by, it could be very selfish interests, so the art of fine-tuning that environment is to make sure that all these vectors, they kind of be combined and would serve one and only purpose. And so long we are unable to develop a system which would foster this very meaningful collaboration and align these very diverse interests, we won't be able to create that momentum which would pave the way towards universal acceptance. And finally, just a very quick comment. I'm sorry for being, a linguistic person. There still will be nations, or not nations, but language groups which will be left out of universal acceptance anyway, no matter how we work, simply because those language groups will never, ever have their scripts. So indeed, universal acceptance is nearly universal, but not as universal as we would like it to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonid. And I believe this is a perfect point to wrap up this session. And I would like to take a moment to say a special thanks to our hosts, to Registry of .rs National Domain, and our special thank as well for the regional local initiative for the universal acceptance, which helped a lot for shaping this agenda of today. Special thanks to Maria, the head of the regional initiative, and special thanks to Diana, who was the main contact from the Air Needs and who did all the heavy lifting, staging this event, gathering us together, inviting press, and making all this happen. Thank you so much. Thank you to our speakers for the benefits of your time and expertise, and thank you for everyone for coming.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. I saw you. Can we try just the screen share for your presentation, if you have a presentation?
Oh, that's, I don't have any presentation, so it's fine.
You don't have presentation?
Yeah, I don't share presentation.
Uh-huh. Okay. I have information that you have a presentation, but never mind. So you are not going to...
I just have for another session, not for this session.
Not for the plenary 2, but for the plenary 3.
Oh, Plenary 3. Currently I'm for the I have outside, so I have not I will have a slide on the Plenary 3. Can we test on that again on before Plenary 3? So I don't have slide with me right now.
You don't have with you?
Yes, I didn't bring my laptops outside.
Okay. So you don't have a presentation in this part of the program with Diana?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So because I have information that you have a presentation now, but never mind. So
no.
okay.
I don't have one in this session.
Okay, no problem. It's good that we hear. So
and the sound is okay, right?
Yeah,
there's no problem on my audio.
No problem. I hear you loud and clear. So
okay, thank you very much.
See you in 10 or 15 minutes. I think it's going to start the presentation, the plenary session. Okay. See you.
See you.
Welcome back, everybody. I believe we can kickstart with this session. Welcome back after the break. My name is Diana Milutinovic. I believe we've already been introduced. And it's my great pleasure to have a group of excellent professionals here on stage with me, coming from various parts of the world, representing different roles, wearing different hats in this particular field. Basically, majority of them related to the domain name industry, of course. And unfortunately, we have one participant who was not able to join us today. Annabin will be joining us online. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we are expecting
Hi, everybody.
Hi, we are expecting some glimpse of a Thai sound from you. So just let me quickly introduce people here in the room. Maria, representing .ru.rf. We have Roberto representing at large community. We have Walter coming from China. We have Regina representing .eu and its IDNs. And we have Anna coming from Armenia and Anna been online from Thailand. So as you could already, I guess, see through announcements made, the topic of this panel would be the initiatives we take, the projects we realize in our local communities, on our local markets, and what do we do on behalf of our organization to foster the implementation of universal acceptance. So I guess I will have to kickstart with myself being the host for this panel, and we can now play my slides. That's it, next one. So as you already heard from the initial speeches delivered, we have two CCTLDs, .rs and .sub, and .rs is IDN on the second level. So when you, the figures showing up the strength of each of them. However, some of the .rs domains are also registered using specific Latin characters, diacritics, and so on. And of course, Serbian .sub domain names are much smaller size, to put it that way. So when we were thinking of how to foster the use of .serb domain, not just simple registration, we came across, of course, on some obstacles, but we will later on discuss the obstacles. And obstacles concerned, apart from, the emails don't work, and what happened to this link? Well, obviously live did, but we will discuss what type of live that is in the next session, I guess. We took a different approach because we heard another remark is that we don't have enough quality resources to produce online content for the website in .serb. So we undertook a major project, a project that lasts for years now. And next slide, please. Together with experts in this field, artists for typefaces, professors, and their associates from the Faculty of Applied Arts in Belgrade, we've created and delivered 5 typefaces, actually extensive families, that were designed primarily for use online, but also offline content can be easily created. We saw those things happening already in numerous occasions. And these fonts are really well shown online, already used on many websites with Cyrillic content. So what was the outcome of this initiative? We cannot say that it had a huge commercial impact in terms of many domain names being registered. But it did ring very well within community, because on the next slide shown, I will show 2 very pretty examples, how small businesses use .serb domain, how do they use fonts created. For example, we have an art studio, which provides classes into pottery. On the other one, we have a website of a Serbian language professor with a little web shop. So what we managed to see is these fonts being alive and their .serb domain names being alive online. And those are the websites that are used for business, for the online presence of those small businesses. And the next slide, please. And we will, of course, take some steps further. Our aim is to create a comprehensive portal in Cyrillic, which provides various tools and resources to develop online content, primarily aimed for web devs, designers, and so on, where can they find not only fonts in Cyrillic and Serbian Cyrillic, which is important to emphasize because we know they are different, but also other tools, tips, tricks, some things that will be communicated during this session or the session that we follow. So what's also important to mention is the fact that this site is basically product of a hackathon, because one of other activities that we perform in terms of implementing UA here is educating. And what's the best way to educate but to encourage young people to learn, to compete, and to deliver some nice solution. We had one hackathon, I believe, 3 years ago, which was aimed at creating an app which answers to any domain name query possible. It was basically, we received from students a UA-ready solution. And last year we had a hackathon where their task was to deliver a website which can help people to deliver content and solutions online in Cyrillic. And this is work in progress, and I hope that in months to come we will have a full solution delivered by the students that actually delivered this solution. It was one of top 3 on the hackathon. So I would wrap up with this. And this, bear in mind that Serbia is a small country, a small market. So I would like to go straight to I believe, the biggest market represented by Walter at this panel to hear news from China and best practices. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dedina, and it's my great honor to be here to attend this UA Day 2024. And I would love to share some progress of the China market and the basic general, information about the Chinese IDN development. And first, I will share some, general information for Chinese IDN. Actually, by the end of the last year, there are 57 Chinese IDN GTLD. Actually, altogether, there are 356,000 registration. Actually, it is about 86% of the global IDN GTLDs. But it's a big number compared with the other IDN GTLD. But actually, I should say, even in China, that's a still very small percentage. If we compare with the number of 20 million Douyin registration in China, and over, at least 10 million of .com registration and used in China. Only like 300,000 IDN domain names in China, still a very percentage. So I think that's why, the EA issue met a lot of challenges because of a very small scalability of a domain name registry. That's a part of the key reason. And if we say, the several top very important GTLD in China include like .wangzhi, it means .web address. Actually, I personally from IDN registry, it means .trademark, .shangbiao, that's a Chinese character. Actually, we are the number 6. As a validated TLD, we think we did a good job, but actually still very percentage. Next slide, please. Yep. And here, I just gave some IDN showcases. You can see the second one, actually that's Starbucks. Their local Chinese name is Xingbake trademark .shangbiao. I use that as an example, and I hope everyone can understand that the Chinese character looks very different with the Latin letters. And actually, the Chinese language use pinyin similar like the English letters, but which is composed by the Latin letter, but it's only phoneticize the pronunciation of the Chinese characters. So, before the IDN, the Chinese institutes or the organizations or enterprises, they have to use a similar, pronunciation tool to compose their domain names. That have a lot of problems because the internet user never exactly remember their domain names because maybe they have a brief abbreviation of their English names or abbreviation of a PIN forms. And some enterprise just create a kind of a very creative way to create some domain names, maybe composed with some numbers or some very strange, creative ways. But that makes a big obstacle for the internet users to try to set up a direct link between the internet users and the website owners. But so now, because of IDN, a lot of enterprises or brand owners, they really believe the value of the IDN bring to them. So we can see they began to publish their IDN name on the package, on their advertisement. So more and more people began to accept the idea of the IDN, began to know some IDN domain names, and began to type the IDN domain name. That's actually the base of the whole UA issues. But however, they are began to publish use the IDN, and they also, as a website owner, they also met some problems. Next slide, please. Actually, in China, if we say several major obstacles for the IDN, basically I should list these following issues, like the browsers, like the EAI, like the search engine, like the hyperlinks. Browser is always a key issue of the UA issue because, in China, there's a lot of commercialized browsers, especially on the smartphone. Nearly every smartphone vendor, they create their own version of the browser. So, like several years before the UASG was set up, actually in China, lower than 50% of the domain name resolution of IDN can be resolved directly to the destination website. But now, after several years, it's much better. The situation is much better, but still, still we met some problems, like, for example, some browsers do not really, when they resolve the IDN name, they still leave a Punycode version in the address bar, which is very difficult for the internet user to recognize it's a domain name. And EAI is actually much more complicated issue, because nearly every big email service provider feel very conservative about any change of their service setting. We actually have a lot of communication with those email provider. Actually, the internationalized email is always, they can say they support the internet email addresses, but actually it's very difficult for them to say that every vendor, let's do together to have support of the EAI. So that's still need a long time to be conquered. And search engine also a very important problem. Like some local search engine, like Baidu in China, they still have some problems on collect and provide the search result. They do not treat the Chinese IDN as the English domain name website. And also the hyperlinks in the IMS, SMS is very important. Because when internet users find English domain name, a lot of like MS or social media toolkit or the instant messenger, they will create the hyperlink automatically. But for the IDN or even for some new GTLD domains, that hyperlink do not show up, which is bring a lot of trouble for the internet user to click and to visit the designated website. Next slide, please. In China, actually, because the UA issue is very important, in China, the community, just creative kind of a way, I should say, we feel very grateful. Thank you for the ICANN representative in China, Dr. Jen Chuan, actually, he played a very important role to try to communicate with the Chinese government, with industry organizations, and then we create a kind of a mechanism that with the support of government and with coordinated by some organization like Internet Society of China, which got engaged by the active player in the market like the registrar, and we began to work together to to begin to communicate with internet vendors, because in China actually domain name is rather small business compared with Alibaba, with Tencent, with Baidu, those billionaire companies. I mean, domain name is only a small business. So only by coordinated by the government and by the industry organization, we can get a communication channel with those international vendors. As this picture showing, actually, we create a working group together. We began to visit like Tencent, like NetEase, Baidu, and we got the chance to talk with them about the UAE issue. Next slide, please. And actually, that's a I think that's a very important part that because actually 2 years before, actually MIT, that's the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, they publish add one sentence in the 5-year plan. The 5-year plan is a kind of a national working plan on the general economics, which is very important as a guideline for every industry in China. Actually, the MIT just add one sentence in this 5-year plan. They say, we should support the Chinese IDN, application environment and create or support the eventually support the Chinese IDN development. And also at the beginning of this year, MIT also published a letter to the Internet Society of China, requiring Internet Society of China to begin to have more effort to talk with the internet companies in China. Next slide, please.
And we will need to wrap up a little because.
Yeah. Okay. Basically, the last several sentences. So we should say that mechanism in China, like the between the government, the industry organization, which is create some CDNI, which is also working as the initiative of UASG. So that's we just create kind of a basic set up a basic mechanism to coordinate all of the UA issues. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Going next straight to Regina. Many interesting projects that she's basically delivered by the .eu I Love IDN World Report. So what are the other activities? Because I know that you're also very busy and occupied in this area.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Can I ask for the slides? I've prepared an overview of our activities from the perspective of .eu registry. Can I ask for the slides?
When did you deliver those?
In the folder.
In the folder? That's in the folder on the cloud.
So I don't know, should we go to another speaker or till the slides are, or should I just speak? What do you prefer?
I don't know how long will it take. Okay, we can go to another speaker.
Yes.
Then Maria, you're next.
Do we have my slides?
I think we do.
Okay.
I've seen them in my email.
Yes. Okay, since we are waiting for my slides, I will introduce myself. I'm Maria Kolesnikova. I'm a representative of Coordination Center for TLDs.ru and .rf. This is both national top-level domain names for Russia. Next slide, please. So today we are talking about universal acceptance and, of course, IDNs, and we have one national IDN domain name in Cyrillic script. This is .rf, It was delegated in 2010, and so far we have more than 777,000 registered domain names. And in average, users from Russia mostly, they register about about 15,000 new domain names in Cyrillic script every month. So, and what we are really glad to say that most of these domain names, they are not just for synonyms or just for parking, but they are in really positive use. So users create websites that are addressed by Cyrillic domain names. They create landing pages. They are very popular for some marketing activities. And also people use these domain names for email addresses. And the growth rate for the last year was plus 15%. So this is really high. Next slide, please. I just want to demonstrate some use cases and say that Cyrillic domain names are quite popular in Russia because they are widely used and we have lots of content presented in Cyrillic script and addressed by Cyrillic domain names. For example, most projects of our state, they are created in .rf domain name, especially some projects that have really high social importance. For example, during the pandemic, the main state portal about coronavirus was created in .rf domain name. Also, for example, the Decade of Science and Technology website is also created in .rf domain name. And of course, we have lots of projects made by business, mostly by small and medium business, but the biggest business and commercial companies, they also have and use .rf domain names. Next slide, please. And for marketing purposes, this is really good approach to use Cyrillic domain names. You can see this is real photos, probably except the middle one, but still you can see ref domain names all around the country in every city. So you just go for a walk and you see them on cars, on billboards. Of course, there are lots of advertisements online. And it's really easy to remember and use these domain names. That's why they are probably so popular in our country. And even if you pronounce these domain names for an average Russian person, it's really easy to catch it and then to type it, because there will be less grammatical mistakes if you compare it with Latin examples of domain names. For example, I don't know, our famous Cheburashka, so how you will type it in Latin script. So, but in Russia, I think nobody will make a mistake. Next slide, please. So we are a CCTLD manager, as I mentioned, and our organization also started to work on universal acceptance. We became more actively probably 3 or 4 years ago. So what we have done, we started to work from ourselves. So we made all our sources UR ready. So our mail server, our ticket system, our websites, the main one, and websites of our project, they are UR ready. They can, of course, we use ID and domain names, and users can communicate with us by using Cyrillic email addresses. Of course, we have not done all that we need, and now we are planning to implement support for Cyrillic email addresses in the registry database. It means that registrants and users who register domain names can use Cyrillic scripts for communication with registrars and registry. To make the communication and promotion of universal acceptance easier, we also created special guideline. It is based on the standards, technical standards, but we made it more short and easier to catch the main ideas and main requirements, and we use this for communication with software developers. We also launched special project. This is a great, the big web portal that aggregate all the information on universal acceptance standards, best practices, how to implement it, and so on and so on. And we call it Поддерживаю РФ. And also we, of course, joined to all the expert working groups that are existing globally and regionally to share our experience and coordinate our activities with our colleagues. Next slide, please. So these are just some examples of what we do for outreach and promotion of universal acceptance. Once again, the special web portal where we aggregate all the information. We also have a special wiki knowledge base for technicians where they can find only practical and the most useful information for technical guys. And also we have test bed through which we provide Cyrillic email addresses for software developers if they want to test their products and be sure they are support universal acceptance. Of course, we make lots of workshops, trainings, and hackathons, and our strategic tactic is to learn and educate people, especially from the professional IT community, how to work with universal acceptance and what they need to do. Mostly we are talking about the standards and implementation of these standards focused on IDN and ERE. And we do not provide only our events, but we try to participate in the biggest industry events for developers to share our thoughts and all this experience there. But as Walter mentioned, it's not sometimes easy because our business, domain and business, very small for developers. So this is the only small part of the whole job that they are doing for creating their new technology products. Next slide, please. So except working with software developers, community, and system administrators, we provide some general outreach for non-technical public, for academia sector, for governments, for businesses. So there are lots of events have been made through, I don't know, since 2019. And we participate in different events, industry events, lots of events in Russia. We usually start trying to create IDN session or UA session to engage more people from the industry. We use such state holidays like Day of Slavic Writing and Culture, like Russian Language Day, to raise this topic, to speak about multilingualism and universal acceptance on the internet. Of course, we actively use this topic when we provide Russian summer school on internet governance, and even created several times special nominations for projects using .rf domain names at our annual biggest award for internet projects. And what I want to mention, we also provide many publications for users, for non-technical audience, explaining what is universal acceptance and how people can use them right today. What are gaps, what they need to fix, how it's easier to use them, and different advices. And we also have quizzes, so we understand that this topic probably sometimes not the most popular one, so we use different kind of approach and interactive methods how to engage persons to like this topic. Next slide, please. So this is just, I think, the last one. We also, since the last year, we start to collaborate with universities in Russia, and we create lectures and workshops for students of technical specialities, because as you can see, it's really, sometimes it's hard to communicate with professional IT experts. They are quite conservative sometimes, but users, they are open for new knowledge. They are really interested in the further development of the internet, and that's why it's really important to learn them how to live in our future multilingual internet. I think, no, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. If we haven't managed to retrieve Regina's slide so far, then I will go to Anavin and just give a couple of more minutes. Anavin, can you hear us?
Sorry, I saw everyone have slides, so that I just try to prepare slide, but not in time. So sorry. I'm so sorry, huh?
Yeah.
So let me explain about.
I mean, the slides are not the most relevant thing. We are also looking into having a discussion later on during the panel. So I believe we can go without slides if you didn't prepare them for this session.
Yeah, I prepare for another session. For this session, I'm very sorry. I think everyone already talked about the like China, or Mary already talked about the country. So for Thailand, we have for our IDN domain, we have very little compared to China and everyone else. Now we have IDN domain around 30,000. Oh no, 32,000 domain. Compared to other countries, we only have 1 or 2% around the world for the CTLD. And also, how can we adopt and how can we promote IDN in our country? So when user who want to register domain in .th, we also give the .thai IDN domain, Thai in Thai language. We give them both domain, like English and Thai. Why we do that? Because Thai people still lack of awareness that we also have IDN domain in this world. When I go to talk with the people or the big company, they just don't know that we have the IDN domain in our language, in local language. So that's why our marketing that that's why we give them both. After we gave them both, since 5 years ago, we increased from the 18,000 to 32,000 in 5 years. It's about 50% increase of using IDN domain because people already know that we have IDN domain in Thailand. Then after that, this year, what are we going to do? We reach out to our government, like a digital agency government, like how to say that? Our government ministry, and also to our prime minister, to say that when the government want to have a website, they need to use the .th, and also you have to have the IDN domain. Because in Thailand, we have a lot of scamming. Do you know phishing and scamming with the bit.ly? Sorry to say that, bit.ly. Okay, I didn't say the company name. bit.ly. They always send with the SMS, with the social media, with the unreadable or the short link form. So we try to solve the problem by attacking the government that if you use our .th and local domain, we will reduce the scamming. So let's say that we have succeeded. So next year, the policy for our government that we said that all organization, all government organization need to have Thai IDN domain with .th. Why we say that to them? Because when you want to have the .th domain, you cannot just register like the other GTLD like .com, because you have to prove yourself that you are the real person, you are the real organization. You have to have document. We have many steps to check that before you can register our domain. So that's why our government that agree that to use our domain. And also, apart from the government, in the education side, we also have the go to the university every year. We have one curriculum course with the Kasetsart University in Thailand to teach the student about IDN and EAI domain. We teach them that what is IDN, and also we teach them that how to set up EAI server with Ubuntu in the very small configuration, a very easy step. Now we have the lease agreement with the university to teach them every year. So that's why we in the future we have more and more people in Thailand to know about IDN, and moreover, we also have the camping workshop in Tak, not our Bangkok, in Tak. We call Bang Pan Camp to teach the high school student that how to build a website with IDN domain. So we also teach them that how to build a WordPress website with the Thai domain name. Also, if some group of them can finish before the time, can do the website finish before time, we also teach them that how you can customize your WordPress to send EAI domain. But this solution is not practical yet, but I try myself that because there is a pro is that it's easy you can customize WordPress easily to send the EAI domain, but on the con side, on the bad side, that when the WordPress update, you have to go and configure it again. That is the downside on this. So the next year I plan myself that maybe I try to create plugin, WordPress plugin that you can easily patch it when it updates, and you can update it. So WordPress can easily can use IDN and EI domain. That's all for Thailand. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Just check. Do we have Regina's slides? Yep. We can then proceed with Regina. And sorry about the mix-up.
Thank you very much. So if we have them, can I ask? No, we are in Armenia. It's no problem. I mean, even without slides, as Leonid mentioned, they are communities without scripts, so we can honor them with an intervention without written. Okay.
I believe while you are waiting for slides to be played, I believe
I
we
can
can
just start.
kickstart, of course.
Yes, yes. So hello once again. Till we have some visual aid on the screen, I will start with my contribution. My name is Regina Fuchsová, and I'm representing URIT, the registry of .eu, but also AU and Epsilon Upsilon. We are running the CCTLD under the appointment of the European Commission, and we also have a contractual obligation to support IDNs, which we are happily doing. So next slide, please. As for the size, we have 3.7 million of registrations in total, and only 1% are IDNs. It's a mixture of IDNs under .eu, which is the highest portion, and then in the Greek and Cyrillic script as well. As I mentioned, since we are EU registry and also based on a European regulation which governs us, we have to register domain names only to those holders who fulfill eligibility criteria, meaning they are citizens or residents of a EU or European Economic Area country. We support only the alphabets of the EU official languages, meaning that our implementation of Cyrillic means the Bulgarian alphabet. Next slide, please. Accessibility and multilingualism is one of the 3 pillars of our strategy, which we are following, and means to contribute to the European values for an open, safe, and inclusive internet. Besides the Greek and Cyrillic variants and IDNs under .eu, We support universal acceptance via various awareness activities. I will speak about it later on, and also by running the idnwordreport.eu website. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to highlight is that, of course, like we went through the various steps. Within 10 years, we introduced IDNs under .eu. Then 7 years later, Cyrillic, and 3 years later, Greek. But what was interesting that it was always connected with quite a lot of media attention, even though it was not clear how big the market will be. And also there were quite some concerns that introducing the new extensions will create a big brand protection issues. And speaking about technical enablements, we of course have ourselves a way to go. As Sally mentioned, for ICANN, it's valid for any organization. We have to update our, let's say, ancient old systems as well, and work on our end to do our homework here as well. Next slide, please. Because we are a CCTLD registry, and the majority of CCTLD registries do not register directly but via registrars. Registrars are also our key partners for success. So throughout the years, we have tried different activities, like supporting licenses for mailing solutions and so on. But it turned out that the registrars basically need to see a business potential first. So here we see more potential once what was also mentioned today, the big vendors do some steps to enable really the usage of IDNs and emails in internationalized forms working throughout all possible applications. What we clearly heard from our registrars, also from countries such as Germany, where Latin is the primary script, but they have some special characters in the language, that brand protection and redirection of non-IDN domain name to non-IDN domain names is the primary, let's say, field where they can see some growth. And we are also running a service repeatedly among the registrars to see how we could help. And now also with the expansion of the trainings materials provided by the Universal Acceptance Steering Group and ICANN, we also plan to introduce this to the registrar community as well. Next slide, please. I don't want to stay long with the concrete findings of the IDN Word Report. First of all, because you can check it yourself, and secondly, because the data available there are going to be soon replaced by the new round. We are now in the middle of gathering results of the 2 surveys. So this is something we are running already since 2011, I believe, and we would like to keep this report as insights in the global market for IDNs, and also trying to understand the current trends, what is the status of adoption and awareness. Next slide, please. So this is just to illustrate what you can see on the website. Also, there are some tables. There is a map where you can see what is the level of adoption in particular countries. Next slide, please. And apart from the adoption and like hard numbers, which are of course limited by the fact that despite efforts, we cannot reach out to all CCTLDs. And we are of course partnering with Centre and APTLD especially to reach out to as many as we can. So they are rather seen to be, let's say, estimates, but what we also run is a awareness survey where we ask registries to score, first of all, the user awareness, which in the last run had a middle mark, 2.5 out of 5. and also how they see their support provided to IDNs, which scored quite well. So the CCTLD registries think that their support is at the mark of 4 out of 5 on average. Next slide, please. So to wrap up with our to-do list, we are now in the middle of updating the new edition of IDN World Report. This year we are including more content, some case studies. We talked to Faroe Islands and to the Israeli TLD. They launched relatively recently their IDN on top levels and have good stories to share. We also plan to crawl the websites with rich content, which are not that many, but to understand in what fields they can find application. It's interesting that, for example, from the preliminary results, we saw automotive as a popular industry. Then continue, of course, in ICANN groups, working groups, as we have to all search for synergies. And also we see it as an opportunity to contribute to the UNESCO International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which is almost in the middle. And this is also a field where we see a potential in Europe. For example, on the last Eurodic, last June, there was a nice presentation from a young lady from the Sami community. And this is also something which we are looking into with our youth committee, how young people could help in the role of preserving the cultural heritage by the means of online tools. And as for the awareness, I can invite you for the Center Jamboree. If you will be around, we will have a session with the two mentioned TLDs and also .cat. For them, it's also very important to have the local language online. We will continue presenting the IDN World Report at international fora, and also what works really well is outreach as for the awareness in the community via social media. So we plan to do posts around the Universal Acceptance Day today and later on as well. And also to highlight the Cyrillic and Greek TLDs, we are always celebrating the anniversaries and connected also with the respective day of alphabet, which is, for example, in Bulgaria around the anniversary as well. So it's a nice joint activity. So I think we are done. So thank you very much.
And now we will go to Anna, and I will need to be mindful of the time left because there's less than half an hour left for the discussion after you and Roberto complete.
It's on? No? Yeah. Oh. First of all, I want to say thank you for Registry of RS, ICANN, and UASG to give me possibility to present my country and universal acceptance in my country. So I will try to be short. Yeah. History. Armenian has joined UA movement since 2019 and takes the necessary action to make the Armenian national domain high and national email address accepted worldwide. Since 2019, Armenia has been a member of Universal Acceptance regional group of CIS and Eastern Europe. On March 28, 2023, we organized the regional conference UA Day as a part of celebration of International Universal Acceptance Date, which attracted even more public attention to national domain and once again showed the possibility of its use. On 7th May 2000, this year, we are going, Registry of AM and I, going to organize a national UA Day in Yerevan. with support of ICANN and UASG, of course. Yeah, we have a special website, so you all can visit it, UA Day AM, and see the materials from last year and for future events. Now, our conference program includes a plenary session with the representative of K International Internet Organization, discussed the issue of increasing inclusiveness and development of multilingualism of in the global internet, marketing session on the promotion of internationalized domain names, and technical section on the features of implementing the 5 criteria of universal acceptance in software and successful examples in this area, as well as a training course of configuration of EI-compatible postal systems. Thank you to Abdelmanim Khalila. And we have on website the full this presentation, so anybody can see this. We had 108 participants from Armenia, of course, the big number from Armenia, 90. From Russia, big delegation, 9 people. Uzbekistan, occasionally, they were in Armenia this time and participate to our conference. From USA, 4 people remotely. From Egypt and Serbia, 1 people. And Abdelmanim. I made a collage for all participants. We use any opportunities to spread UA awareness and encourage adopting, participating to various events. For example, during IG, next slide, yeah. During thank you. In 2021, we have a special session for IDN and UA, and Grigory Saryan, Leonid Todorov already said about him. He presented the updates. So I presented the updates of IDN, and Grigory told about universal acceptance. In 2023, we have also a session when Maria Kolesnikova also took place, and the name was Universal Acceptance as a part of Internet we wish to see. Then, about next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
And next slide, please. And I forgot, sorry, this is the important moment. Then we have annual conference with registrars, and we also try to spread awareness about UA, and in 2021 it was also about awareness. What does it mean, universal acceptance? In 2022, we already have had a presentation more technical, UA cooperation and technical solutions. And in 2023, we presented already a pilot project for EI, internationalized domain name, email addresses. Some words about IDN benefits for Armenia. Yes, next slide.
Next slide, please.
Company and people names are not distorted. The internet audience increasing due to people who don't know or don't speak English. Internet is becoming more accessible for the elderly, children, for residents from remote areas of Armenia. Then, as also Maria showed, that advertising on billboards becomes more memorable for drivers and passengers of passing cars. Phone support will be more comfortable because it will not take time to spelling all words. And we have a unique Armenian letters that are not found in other languages and easier to write in Armenian. Since they are written differently in different sources, you know, in Latin. For example, maștoț, you can see one place maștoț, another place maștoț. And we have one more unique benefit because of representatives of we have a bigger diaspora, and representatives of Armenian diaspora will have more chance to use their native language. Then 4 benefits for Armenia, UA benefits. Any internet user, regardless, it is the same. You know that very same with IDN benefits. Maybe only additional financial opportunity for business. It's also can be said about IDN. And implementation of universal acceptance will contribute to increasing development of multilingualism and same time increase using Armenian language in internet. And again, opportunity for diaspora. A few words about general problems to be solved. I can say only main and yes, and because then you can see this presentation. Encoding support, implementation of EIA, testing and validation, awareness and education, of course, collaboration and advocacy. And just to see our pilot project. Next slide, please. And one more.
One more.
Sorry.
And one more. That's the one, thanks.
Yeah. This is our, we think about where we can implement this. Maybe small organization for their own needs. I don't know. Maybe next time I will tell about it. Yeah. And I want to say graphs, interesting, because we have peak. This peak linked with decreasing of price of IDN domains. They are 4 times
more favorable?
No.
More expensive?
AM is very a little high price, but okay. Armenian less. And towards the end, some statistic. We have for now, for 2 March 2024, we have 948 IDN domains, and interesting that physical persons, individuals, registered more and more, 851. And again, you can see all these results if you have an interesting seeing my presentation, and every day you can, every minute you can visit www.amnic.net and see how many AM domain names we have and how many has been registered and high domain.
Okay.
This is also interesting, and also can see.
Yeah, I will have to hand over the microphone to Roberta now. Yeah.
And 1 minute for say, I noticed that Walter used the same color as my presentation, and I think that links with color of UASG, and I suggest to make a orange color color of universal acceptance.
Well, I presume it already is. It's a part of the logo for UASG, if I'm not mistaken. So, Roberto, community view. We don't have really much time left. I wanted to ask some questions. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to squeeze that into, but I will pop a question and maybe single out some of you to answer before the end of the session, as we also need to leave some room for the questions of the audience. So please, your wrap-up.
Yeah, thank you. You don't have slides from my part, but that's basically because I didn't produce them. So incidentally, I'm a jazz musician, so I like to improvise and rather than go on a script. But anyway, from the previous, all the previous presentations were focusing on one aspect, that is providing services that are aiming to be UA compliant, UA ready. My perspective is different, as you pointed out, because I'm from the part of the people who are using those services and that quote unquote suffer from the lack of universal acceptance. And incidentally, we are now focusing on domain names and email addresses, but we have a more general problem. Just one little anecdote, very brief. I live in Austria and I have an Austrian phone number. And in spite of the fact that Austria has a very small population, they have very long, handy phone numbers, portable phone numbers, 11 digits plus the country code. So I found myself in another country that has 20 times more the population, but where I couldn't enter my phone number because it was 1 character too long. So it's a more general problem, but let's go back to the domain names for the sake of time. And I remember when I was on the board, that was some 15 years, at the board of ICANN, that there were even some fellow directors who had serious doubts when we started the discussion about introducing IDNs, about why do we need IDNs, because eventually people will learn, who will use the internet, will learn some basic English, and will learn how to type with Latin script. I think that, well, we won that argument, luckily, and we have done a long way. We went really, there was a huge effort from the technical community and from the providers, and collectively we have achieved a point in which now it is understood that we need to have IDNs and internationalized email addresses and so on. So a lot of people have started in the meantime to, because there were offers from providers, create your own internationalized domain names and so on. So people have started that. But now the problem is that although we go as fast as we can from the technical side, we are not going fast enough to allow a worldwide development and deployment of internationalized email addresses. There are still a lot of situations that have to be corrected. So I think that we are what I fear is that we are sort of in this famous Gartner curve of excitement and disillusion where you go up and down. And I am noticing that already people who do have internationalized domain names tend not to use them because they may run into trouble. And I think that this is the most dangerous thing that can happen. If people who are already convinced and the people who have already applied, they give up, it's a very bad sign. So I think that, what can we do? I think that besides going as fast as we can in the progress of the provision of technical services and so on, but that there's a limit on that. I mean, people are doing what they can possibly. I think that we need to have a sort of campaign, awareness campaign that is much wider and stronger than what we are doing up to now. I mean, UA Days is a very good example of this because that brings awareness, that brings people who are not aware of the problem to touch with their hands the problem. The words get spread and so on. But it's still not enough. My last point is that what is the role of the user community besides complaining because things are not working? Well, I can go to my provider and say, hey, fix this because I cannot enter my Cyrillic or whatever. And the answer is obviously, I have been a developer, so I know the answer. The answer is going to be on the to-do list. In the next release, you are going to get it, which can be in a week, in a month, in a year, or never. Now, if 1,000 users go and do this, then the situation starts getting a little bit different. If those 1,000 users or 10,000 users say, hey, fix this, or I'm going to change provider, that is adding more. But we need awareness as a user that we have this strength. If on top we have collaboration with governments, who will put this in the requirement for providers, then I think the pressure from the non-technical community can achieve something. I'm thinking about the 4 pillars that Anil Kumar Jain, our chair, the chair of UASG, has mentioned in the previous session. Maybe we can figure out a 5th pillar that is the user community that instead of being passively waiting until the situation gets solved, that is actively pushing, pushing the providers, pushing their own governments, taking an active role. But for doing this, I think that we need to go to a different situation, to a more active role. I think that basically, and I'm not exaggerating, I think that we need a paradigm shift here. And we have to move from the situation in which, hey, we are nice and good because as a bonus, we provide you also the ability to type in things in your favorite script, to a different paradigm, that is, internet users have the right to interact with the internet in the language that they want and using the script that they want. And this is a right. And not being UA ready or UA compliant is neglecting and negating those rights. And we need to move from the fact that we are asking something to the internet world and to the technical community, to the situation in which we are demanding this. There's also another point, but maybe we can take it later if we have time, but I see this as a part of an even bigger problem. That is the multilingualism on the internet. That has also been touched on the previous session. I think that eventually we have to get to a situation in which internet for all means internet is for you regardless your language, your script, your geopolitical location, and so on. I think that we have to make sure that we interiorize that this is our right and we should be active in doing this. And that's the role that the at-large user community can and must play in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Great point. We don't have much time left, less than 50 minutes to wrap up the entire panel and spare some time for questions from the audience. So what I would like to try to figure out from everything we just heard, everything you said, one simple recommendation to one particular task. So one particular challenge. For example, while preparing this conference, we had some media releases. So I had a little experiment. I had a press release entitled "Internet is written in," and I used Bengali, I used Chinese, I used Japanese, and I used Serbian Cyrillic. Can you guess which was one only script not honored? Serbian Cyrillic. So my question is, actually my point of view is, do we, Roberto had some wonderful points about the awareness. Do we as an end users, because all of us are actually end users, do we like to stay within a comfort zone? Whether if we go out of comfort zone, for example, switch keyboard on your computer or on your iPhone or whatever, you're one step closer to actually doing things Roberto mentioned in terms of providing a given type of pressure to vendors, to suppliers, and so on and so on. So how can we tackle the issue of us end users demanding something that can technically be done, right? So let's start with Maria. Maria, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, so what can I say? I actually would like to come back to the previous session, and now I'm thinking that Leonid probably was right, because in some geographical and some territories where English language is not very popular and Latin script is not used very much, IDNs and universal acceptance are quite well thing, and users want to use IDN domain names. They do not care about this, because our experience shows that even if a user can get internationalized email addresses with their own Cyrillic domain names, still they register domain names, still they use them on everyday basis for promotion, for online businesses, and for state projects, and so on and so on. It doesn't matter. So, I mean, if it's popular, it's popular. So if users like it, they use it. So, and it works. For our territory, our country, it works. And so you see the results. If you compare with everyone, so they are the number of domain names much bigger. What we are doing, and what are the problems? First of all, it was one part of our approach. We started to promote universal acceptance for several audiences, not only for technicians, but for users, for state, for public sector, because users really can create demand, and we usually prepare instructions for them how they can move, how they can should communicate with their software providers, service provider, email provider. We even produce such instructions, and we explain them that you can ask for this service. But first of all, of course, they need to know about it, then they need to ask for this, and don't be shy, and don't wait when somebody else will do it for them. So in our situation, local software really nicely support IDN domain names. Of course, it took decades, probably at least 1 decade, but now it's really nice supported in browsers and search engines, I mean IDN domain names. We still have problems with Cyrillic email addresses, like in China, so we are quite similar with these issues connected with email addresses, but we move forward. So, and we see that our local software developers, they see this demand. Of course, we do not wait, they will do it at once. Everyone will do it at one time on the next week, right? Yeah. Because they have their own business processes, but it moves forward, so.
Yeah, well, that's
so the situation is different in different
definitely
regions.
different perspective, because bearing in mind which language or script is used on a single market. However, situation gets much more complicated when you are working on basically EU, and when you have various countries, various nations, various scripts, and so on. So, Regina, what do you think would be the best path to tackle the attention of a end user in terms of pushing forward to all other parties and stakeholders in UA implementation?
The beauty of universal acceptance is that it can, let's say, satisfy or please both somebody with strong, let's say, national focus, but also international. So if via the technical improvements we could get to this fact that this would not contribute to fragmentation or division of local communities, but the fact that, for example, as an Armenian native speaker, you will be able in your language to access also content in your language, but other languages as well. And here I think things like artificial intelligence and others can help very well with translating, that it would enrich everyone. Because like in the European Union is also, I mean, you would be able to decide things or in much maybe easier way if it would be like single process, but the beauty of democracy, which the majority of the world is hopefully still believing, is that you can involve different people, stakeholders in the discussion, and this is exactly, I believe, what the universal acceptance can do. So this, let's say, motto "United in Diversity" can really come into life.
You mentioned the hype word, but I will use the hype word to address a question to Walter, since he's wearing two hats. He's from the tech side also. Artificial intelligence, large language models, and so on and so on. Nowadays, we can see some tools like that integrated in almost every software use on a daily basis, right? So what is your perspective on the matter? Can those like translators, AI generated and so on, help us out to understand each other no matter the language and scripts we use? And what's your perspective, bearing in mind that you are coming from a huge market and where there are many other different levels that needs to be considered in this regard?
Yeah, that's actually a very great question. As a domain name, registry operator, we always ask ourselves the same question: what's the domain name value, especially in the next 20 years? And actually, in China, we feel the trend that like the young generation do not really use the domain names. When they learn to use internet, what they only to know is they will use TikTok. I mean, in China, there's another version called Douyin. They will use short videos. They will go to e-commerce website, but they never type the domain names. So, but we think the value of the domain names will be forever because it represents the brand. So we think, in the artificial, the artificial intelligence, or let's say the robot, the human and machine communication interface, I think the IDN create higher value than ASCII English domains, because just like what explained before, in China, the English domain names only create the pronunciation tool. They do not really create the real name of a Chinese language. In an example, that let's say Starbucks. Starbucks can be pronounced, but in a lot of in China brands, they do not create a pronunciation could be directly pronounced as a brand by the original ASCII domains. Only by the IDN, the internet user get the chance to speak that. So that's what we believe, that the IDN in the future could be very suitable to be the domain name or the brand symbol of the machine and human being communication interface. Let's say a IDN domain name is only can be very easily pronounced and remembered and talked as a domain name. So I think that partly answer your question. So in the AI field or in the future, next 10 years, 20 years, the IDN create more value than the ASCII domains. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent point. I will just give one question in a one short sentence answered. So Anna, what do we need to do to enhance use of IDNs to become more UA ready in one sentence, because we have less than 5 minutes left?
I want to say that the main thing for me to address this demand, it's to address interest. We should ask the customer what will be change in his life in this work if he start to use IDN domain. Okay. But for me, a lot of Armenian, it depends on mentality too. Because for Armenian, the patriotism is very important. That, oh, I will have a domain, but what I will do with this domain, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I forgot to say that one of our registrar give 1 year, he gave IDN domains free of charge. And you know, we had a peak, and then...
Yeah, fall down, and also
Yeah,
that can be
fall
tricky
down.
in
Yeah,
terms that the giving out free stuff can also pose a security risk.
Same opera law will ask, all of us will think what we can want to do.
Yes, you mentioned many specific stuff for any specific market, but I would like to return to Roberto. Yeah, we can provide the choice to someone,
Yes,
but
yes.
we need to.
We can't push a provider, Roberto.
Yeah, but the user is the one who chooses at the end of the day what he will use. But I would then like to return to Roberto's remark that some things need to be in place so people could choose. And that choice can not only be partial, but it should be complete. And I hope that all those things that we mentioned previously can help us out to offer users an opportunity to communicate in the language and script they choose.
Of course, until we don't try something, you can't understand is it good or not.
Exactly. Now we need to check if we have any questions from the audience. Željka, please, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Desiree Željko Milošević with Internet Society Serbia. I'd like to thank all the participants for their really good, insightful share of data. I'm also an author of a guidelines for registrars and registries how to use Cyrillic IDN domain names back in 2010. It's an ITF RFC 5992. And we have made some progress since then. I'd like to point out that we now have here some examples from CCTLDs, .ru and Chinese .cn, but also global GTLDs. I sit on the ICANN GNSO Council where we approve the policies for new top-level domain names, and we have heard this morning from Sally Costerton that the focus of next application round will be on these IDNs going forward. So it would be really good to hear from some united way of seeing what can be done in China to accept IDNs that are not Chinese, or to make this market work globally, and also what were the main impediments or breakthroughs in, for example, .ru, which is a brightest example, in IDN email implementation. So just these two. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can just wrap up. I believe that we will keep this in one short sentence because we will have a text session replying to the questions related to emails, if I'm not mistaken. We are already out of line with this one. So, Walter, could you please pick up the question? And Maria, just a short comment.
Yeah, I think that's just a very simple sentence, to say, domain name internationalized. It's not for the internationalized language in the local market. International IDN focus on the localization of the market. So in China, I have never think any idea to have a way to that every other languages could be dominated and apply used in China, because even in China, very few people can speak, maybe some people speak a little bit English, but very few people speak, let's say, Greek or Armenia or Arabic, very few of them. So I think the IDN do not solve the problem in each market for the localization rather than the internationalization. Thank you.
Maria,
Yeah,
just a
I
quick
can
comment.
add that. So your question regarding the how do not force fragmentation. So it's easy because IDNA standard and ERA standard, they are standards. They are for global market. They can be used by any software, and these standards regulate not exact limited list of scripts. They are for all scripts. So if software developer implements standards, it will be able to work with any script. So it's already done. I mean, just use standards, and every IDN domain names will be supported.
Thank you, Maria. Great point. One really quick question.
Okay, I'll try. Vadim Mikhailov from .ru.rf. First of all, thank you very much for all speakers. It was really interesting insights. And I have one short question about the homoglyph bundling to Regina. You mentioned that you use such mechanism on the registry site. Am I understand correctly? So my question is, do you think that it's not often a situation, for first of all, because more often homoglyph bundling using as a service for money on the registrar sites. They are trying to sell you a bundle of domain with the target domains. Why do you decide to make it on the registry site? And the second question, may be easier to obligate your registrars to make it on their site. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you. So just quickly, because I think these technical questions come later. For us, it was like a purely security measure to protect, to prevent the confusion. So with the homoglyph bundling, we mean that the other versions cannot be registered by someone else. And when we have an activation procedure and so on. So it's not meant, to sell more domain names, but as a security measure on our site for the confusingly similar variants. But also, once we prevented script mixing, because before it was possible to register Cyrillic and Greek also under .eu in Latin. And when we introduced no script mixing, so Cyrillic can be only under .au and Greek letters can be only under .epsilon. So it solves the problem also a little bit by itself.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, my dear, lovely panelists. Well, thanks. And now I will invite you all to join us for lunch, just downstairs, right on the left, next to the reception. However, wait one moment, please. Afterwards, we have a text session, so we are inviting you here back on stage in 1 hour exactly sharp, and also to return to online session. Thanks.
Test. Then test. Test. Ne vidi ga. Test. Select speaker.
Jel? Ne treba? Ok. Či hoćemo da krenemo? Shall we start? Huh? Okay. So, okay. So it's always very hard to moderate a session immediately after the lunch, because people are usually sitting there and talking, waiting for mingling, etc., etc. So I'm moderator, Dusan Stoicevic. I'm moderating the session about showcasing universal acceptance implementation. So I will not tell you anything else, because my guests will tell you everything. So I'm inviting all of them to come and join me on the stage. Please, if you can come, Nabil. So take the places as you wish. Yeah. So we have 4 guests here, and we have 1 guest online. So shall we start with some introduction? So Walter, please. Let's go this way. So
okay.
From me to the end.
Yeah, I'm Walter Wu from China. I'm the UA ambassador, also the president of .商标 registry. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Next, Nabil. No, you don't need to click. So just.
Okay. So thank you for having us. My name is Nabil Bnamar from Morocco. I'm UASG Vice Chair and Measurement Working Group Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
Hello, my name is Vadim Mikhailov. I'm a technical guy from registry.ru.rf, a top-level domain of Russian Federation National. I'm providing the infrastructure consulting, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
I'm Arndt Gulbrandsen from ICANN, also from Norway in a different sense of the word. I solve problems relating to universal acceptance or train people or tell people about problems or.
And also we have online Anavin. So
Yes. Hello, my name is Navin Phuksabariphat. So I'm from Thailand. I am currently assistant director at THNIC Foundation.
Thank you. So let's start with this order and let's uncover this story about implementation of universal acceptance. So please, Walter, if you want to take the stage first. So presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, Dusan. Very glad to come again to share some technical progress on the EA issues in China. Next slide, please. Actually, just like I mentioned in the morning session, that the UA issue in China have a lot of issues to be solved, like the browser, like search engine, EAI, like the hyperlink. But actually, it is a lot more details rather than that. So the community currently try to create a new UA measurement standard in China. Actually, we believe that by the UA measurement standard, it can actually lead the whole everything that can be watched, monitored, and solved. So currently, the community have decided to divide the UA measurement standard into 3 dimensions, into major 3 categories. One is, the software or the interface towards the internet users. For example, the problem of the web browser, search engine, and also like the hyperlink issues like the social media app or applets, instant messenger, SMS, and also the email client issues, and also the blog BBS form, and also the input toolkit. We believe that is actually focused on the monitor of the software interface towards the common internet users. And secondly, we believe the UA issue, it happens when the website developer, when they try to build an IDN website, they will meet some problems. For example, like the authoritative DNS, that's the cloud firewall, that's a CDN service, or the Cloudflare, WAF anti-DDoS services, SS certificate, and online payment interface, etc. And that include a lot of details, but every perspective may generate the UA not supportive issue, and also cause a lot of potential problems. I will show a live or real case study later. And the third category will be the hardware devices towards the website developer. For example, like the DDI equipment, like the load balancer hardware, like the firewall hardware and the DNS hardware, etc. Next slide, please. I will use some example to show why the 3 major category. Like the web browser, I think everything we monitor the resolution of the address bar. Like the search engine, we will focus on the search result and the display of a domain name by search engine, whether they display IDN domain name or the punicated version of a domain name. For the instant messenger, just like the hyperlink, we hope the IDN can be created by the IAM software or app and can be convenient for the internet user to click. An email client, same thing, or similar thing. At least the user can input the IDN email addresses. Next slide, please. And when I mentioned about the online platform, just like the authoritative DNS setting, like the CDN service setting or the threat intelligence setting, for every setting page, actually it should support the pure IDN domain name rather than the Punicode. Next slide, please. Here is the real case that why we decided to monitor more than browser or search engine, because last year there's a big sports event in China, similar like the the Olympic game of a university students. It happens in summer, Chengdu. It's a big event in China, and our colleagues like .web address, .网址, registry persuade that the organizer use a Chinese domain name as the official website. But just before the event opens, when the technical provider of the website try to use a famous cloud provider in China for kind of a security services. And then we realized, they cannot input the IDN domain name in the setting page. And that actually create a lot of issue, and because time is very limited, eventually, they have to switch vendor to solve the problems. But then, that remind us that in the daily stage, not only the browser, actually for the website developer, every setting page could be potential UA issue. Next slide, please. So currently, the community just decided to set up a new measurement standard. The major focus will be test whether the valid Chinese domain names and the Chinese email addresses can be resolved, can be recognized, can be retrieved, included and accurately displayed in the internet applications. And we also, community suggest, in the human-computer interaction process, it has to be displayed, not the Punicode, but also the original alphabet of a Chinese character. And for the interface that internet user not direct face, such as the background configuration interface, Chinese domain name can be in the form of a Punicode, but still recommend to be presented in Chinese at the same time for help engineers to solve the potential problems. Next slide, please. Currently, I will also show some examples on the testing is conducted right now. I will just give two examples. One is use authoritative DNS setting. The community, the measurement team will try to add a Chinese domain name to the record and test whether it takes effect. Also, we will also test the CNAME, MX, NS, etc. to the Chinese domain name and test whether they are effective. If a device has a security interception function, the test whether it takes effect on Chinese domain names. On the another very important evaluation process is toward the online payment interface. We often met that problem by ourselves, even as a Chinese website operator. We will also test whether the callback URL setting in the online payment interface, whether that support a Chinese domain name. Also test whether payment process can be completed after the URL containing the Chinese IDN was added into the system. Next slide, please. This is the version of evaluation, or we say the measurement report that last year. It is still focused on the major issues, like I mentioned in the morning. It focuses on the on the browser, on the search engine, EAI, and also some hyperlinked issues. That's the old version of original measurement support. Next slide, please. And actually, we believe that the community, the CNDI, will issue the new measurement report later Q2 this year. The reason that the community believes measurement is very important for push the UA issue, because we believe that the measurement will really try to help the website developer or every user to find the problems, and then to push the vendor to solve the problems. Because currently we realize the issue is like some vendors, you go to talk with them, it can be solved. But later, maybe after new version launch, the support just gone. And if a team left the company, you have to do the education again. So we believe that the measurement report will give like a kind of a pressure to let the both internet company, software vendor to realize that UA issue could be a long time, and it has to be issue and in their mind. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. So, Nabil, you can continue on this story from your perspective.
Okay. So thank you again. Thank you, Serbia, for having us for this excellent organization of the event and for your hospitality. So I'm Nabil Ben Amr from Morocco. I'm the UASG Vice Chair. I would like to give an overview of what we are doing at UASG to move forward with the universal acceptance in general. Next slide, please. So this is an overview about technology gap, studies, works that we are doing. So we are focusing on everything that is used in the internet, all applications, websites, social media and search engines, programming languages and frameworks, comparing between their UA readiness, platforms, operating systems, system tools, standards like IETF standards, and best practices. Next slide, please. So as you know, the challenge here that we want to overcome is not only to enable IDNs and email address internationalization, but also their acceptance in all applications and all software tools that we are using. Here, for example, a user is, for example, filling a form, and when he is asked to enter the email address, he writes it in Arabic script, and this is not accepted by the form. So we have here two challenges. The fact that the current versions of the software we have do not recognize IDNs and email address internationalization, and also the display is not correct when it's displayed from left to right. You know, the Arabic is written from right to left. So many challenges we need to overcome. Next slide, please. We are also working on assessing the readiness of email servers. You can see in the green light that there is some increase in the adoption, and it's slightly increasing. We hope for more support that comes from major email providers. Next slide, please. The acceptance by websites. Here we have different examples of email addresses that can be written. So from the bottom you have, for example, the classical ones, the ASCII.ASCII. But you still have the new short here. So we still have some gap between 90% and 100%. We still have some challenges to overcome, because the new short, like .sky or some new shorts, different from the classical ones, the generic top-level domains, are still not accepted in some applications. But if you go to the top, you have, for example, the Unicode with just less than 10% of acceptance. And you have the RTL from right to left, which is an example of the Arabic script. And by the way, the Arabic script is not only used in the Arabic language, but it's the set of characters that is used by many other languages. I can cite here just Urdu and Farsi, just for the for giving examples. So there is a huge community using the Arabic script. Next slide, please. We are also assessing the content management systems. Next slide. We have seen, for example, if the domain names are widely accepted by majority of them, but we still have some of them failed some tests, like for example, they store the A label instead of the U label in the database. And for the email, while various categories of ASCII email addresses work well in WordPress, which is one of the top CMS currently being used, so it's not AI compatible. As you can see, we have still work to do with this category of software. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is for identity platforms, and here we have one of our tasks in the UASG is to shortlist the main representative of this category of software, and we are trying to balance between open source applications and proprietary software, and then do our work, which is the assessment and to assess the UA readiness of those. So as you can see, two of them, OpenAIM and Okta, are still with less UA readiness. 100% for OAuth0, which is good. And one of the main advantages of one of them, which is OpenAIM, is that it's an open source, so work can be done because there is a community behind. So it's easier to approach the open source community than other software. Next slide, please. Same thing for web hosting tools. We have seen that none of the web hosting tools are in compliance. ISP-config has the advantage of being open source and allows making ad hoc changes. Next slide. Browsers and social media platforms. Next slide. We are assessing the applications that we have. So in the desktop versus the mobile environment, there were more UA difficulties with mobile devices environment. Most failure were due to the following test: confirm that the URL display in the correct format as added. And I have just mentioned also the fact that we have some languages from right to left, and displayed correctly in the address bar. We have also some recent things that we are focusing on right now is the linkification of URL, and this is something that Arndt will talk about in more details. Next slide, please. For social media, so for registration and authentication, no social media right now support registration using a non-ASCII email address. This is unsurprising due to the lack of support of UA principle and concept in these major providers of this platform. Next slide, please. For programming languages, there are some good examples. For example, Java and Python. These are the two main or leading programming languages in the world. We can see that there is a big increase in the UA readiness. So they are approximately between 90 and 90%, 95% of UA readiness for these two major languages. And other programming languages will follow definitely in the future. So this is just a summary of what we are doing in the UASG, how we are assessing existing tools and software and applications. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabil. So it was interesting. Measurement where we are. So, Vadim, please. Where we are in Russia.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Vadim Mikhailov, Infrastructure Consulting, top-level domain .ru.rf. And I would like to tell you today about our efforts in supporting Cyrillic domain names and email addresses area, and give you some statistic a bit from technical perspective. Thank you. Next slide, please. The first, we have a huge IDN zone, .rf. And let me start from statistic. Most of digits Maria mentioned, but I want to emphasize some technical things. For example, we have very huge amount of domain names which have MX resource records, for example, but it's going to be on next slide. And from start of the registration of the zone is almost in start. The zone was opened for registration in 2010. In 2011, the zone reached the maximum of the registration and registration of domain names. After that, we saw that amount of domains goes a bit down. But interesting fact that you are seeing on the graph in the left top corner that we have two lines, red and green one. The green one is a registration amount, and the red one is delegation. And for now, the delegation amount of the domain reach and overcome the maximum of 2011. And it's very good and very interesting results. And so I'm really think that in nearest future and the registration rate will overcome the results of the first initial start. And it's telling us about that the zone almost all are used for websites, of course, mostly websites and landing pages, but it's have a stable amount of domains during the last almost 14 years. And because we have the most domains, about 43, 44%, it's the age of the domains is older than 4 years. Next slide, please. And now about the email. It's, as I said, of course, the most domain names are used for websites and landing pages. But about 1/3 of the zone has MX records, and about 15%, it's 87,000, 88,000 almost, have only MX records only. And 21,000, almost 22,000, that refers to the servers which have SMTP UTF-8 extension. So that means they support interaction with internationalized email addresses. As I promised on FTLD meeting, I dive a bit deeper and I trying to figure out what the email service that's support SMTP UTF-8 extension. And we find out that most of them, 55%, it's a Google. But 16% it's have undefined status. That means that we can't understand which software of server trying to analyze its information about service on handshake. And we have two leaders on the second and the third places. We have Exim and Postfix. It's open source software, and it's using for different projects, and they configure it in the way to announce SMTP UTF-8 extension. Next slide, please. What we are doing to, of course, that result it's not so much for the huge zone. We have only 100 and or 1,300 SMTP UTF-8 servers. But the amount of service is increasing, as you see on the previous slide. And what we're trying to do to increase it more, and what we are doing now for such results. Following the principles, start with yourself. We have ICANN mirrors for all our web projects. Our email system and ticket system you are ready. We've done it. Next slide, please. We spend huge amount of resource, efforts, and time and money for the interesting game and, of course, education. We active in participate in different local and international initiatives related with implementation of universal acceptance principles. We are developing different projects to promote universal acceptance and aimed to help software developers to integrate universal acceptance principles to their software. We are active participating in different international and local working groups like CCNSO Universal Acceptance Committee, UASG working groups, technical measurement, Maria in the head of the local initiative, central CISWE. And we have our Russian working group, and the last work in there, it was a linkification guideline, which have a good have a useful information about the linkification and the rules and some tips how to implement it in your software, what you should think about when I'm doing that. And we proposed the document to the Universal Acceptance Committee library recently. So I hope during few weeks we will discuss it in the subgroup of the library Universal Acceptance Committee. What about the projects? Next slide, please. The most significant project is Поддерживаю РФ, which can be translated like supporting.rf. It's organized and supported by the Coordination Center for Top-Level Domains.ru.rf. It's aimed to develop an ecosystem helping and supporting domain names and email address in national languages. And of course, primarily we are aimed on the Cyrillic TLD.rf. It's a huge portal of different knowledge. It's a knowledge database which have documents, different media, instruction guidelines, useful services, and so on. So I give it more detailed in the next slide, please. One of the services is a self-testing program. The program which gives an opportunity to take a universal acceptance interactive training course, which was developed by our team, test and improve if it's needed your software, and get one of the 3 universal acceptance compliance levels, gold, silver, or bronze. Next slide, please. Moreover, the project «Поддерживаю РФ» can provide fully Cyrillic email addresses for developers. On request, of course, and you need give us a short description how you planning to use that addresses. It's aimed to software testing purpose, for example, and we have made email address internationalized test bed consisting of 2 independent email services, service platforms, which based on open source software stack. Next slide, please. And we have a technical wiki with a lot of different practical description, technical trainings, documentation, instruction and guidelines, which you can find how to step by step made, for example, from open source software stack, email services on the different operational systems, for example, FreeBSD, CentOS, Debian, Ubuntu, and so on. There we have some media information, records of online workshops and offline, I think. Email, which was about email service for administration, different tricks and tips for Python developers, Java developers, and so on. Next slide, please. And our efforts bring some results, definitely. You can see a few examples of external companies. First and at least it's Communicate Pro, corporative email platform, which fully you are ready. And by the way, we are using the solution for our corporative email, and they totally implement universal acceptance principles in their solution. 1C Bittrex, it's I think the most popular proprietary content management system in our region, and they implement support of internationalized email addresses in their solution. Mail.ru, it's a free email service portal, like for example Gmail, but in the very popular in Russian region. And they implement, unfortunately, only level 1 of implementation universal acceptance. So you can send emails on the email address, internationalized addresses, and receive from them, but still can't host such addresses. But we are trying to collaborate further. And ISP Manager, it's a hosting platform which includes open source software stack for your ready email solution. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, we are in progress, but we are still spending efforts, and we are in collaboration with our e-government portal and municipal service gosuslуги.ru
So I hope someday we will get support of internationalized email addresses in our Gosуслуги portal. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I want to say, next slide, please, there is no rose with a thorn. Next slide, please. And nothing is impossible to a willing heart. So let's make this world better and more universal acceptance friendly together, despite of all difficulties unfortunately we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vadim. Thank you, Vadim. Next is Armand. So, where are we at ICANN? What are we doing as ICANN?
Yep, that's me. Next slide, please. Which is where I need to say my name. I'm Arndt Gulbrandsen. I'm the willing heart that suffers all the thorns. And I'm here today to tell you about the kinds of bugs that we are fixing or making people fix. And after that, the different kinds of companies or organizations that have the bugs and how they necessitate different approaches. There are pretty much 4 kinds of bugs that show up all the time. There are new user interface requirements. You may be able to see that there's a different dot in the domain on that screenshot. It's a Chinese full stop. And that is the dot that exists on Chinese keyboards. So people enter it, of course. The browser that you are seeing there hasn't caught up to the fact that there are different full stops and doesn't obey the new user interface requirement of making them be handled in the same way. It requires a really tiny change, maybe 2 lines of code and 1 unit test, but it has to be done. Next, please. Next kind is called linkification. You see an instant message there. It has a typical bug. Domains in some top-level domains are recognized as links, but the one in .tube and, for example, .rf are not recognized. This is a fairly large pain. It's a very small problem again, but it's a fairly large pain. We know, for example, one government that posts about 40 million messages on social media per year. They want their domains to be recognized as links, right? Next, please. We have email address related bugs. Most of you have probably seen this email app, but you didn't know that it supports Indian email addresses. It does. It works well. Not all apps support that. The 4th is domains. This is a web browser. It supports Arabic domain names. That's Arabic at the top. But I open the certificate viewer feature, which it has, and then you see XN and stuff, which no human should ever see, except, well, Vadim here gets to see that, and I get to see it, but it should never be shown. That's a bug. And not yet. No. Changing all of this brings to light other bugs, always. So there's a smattering of other bugs, particularly related to Arabic, of course, but some other bugs. Those 4 are cliché, and there are a few others. Now, next, please. We have bugs in websites, which need one approach. Companies have to be approached for that. Software as a service things like many accounting systems, smartphone apps, they require us to go and talk to someone. we have open source software, has bugs, requires a different approach. And then separately, we have open source libraries and frameworks. And finally, programming languages and sometimes platforms. Next, please. Closed source software as used on many, many websites or smartphone apps is really easy to test and find a bug. But we can't do anything about it. We have to go to a company, and the important ones have very effective deflection systems. They receive too many stupid bug reports, and so they have entire teams dedicated to shielding their development teams from stupid bug reports. Unfortunately, that deflection tends to affect us because we are asking them to support someone other than their customers. They may see that we are asking them for something that no of their customers need, like entering an Arabic email address. They don't have customers that need that. Well, we do talk. Sometimes we do succeed. When we succeed, it's most often, I'll show you that later. Next, please. The server software on the internet is classically open source because of the internet's non-commercial roots, I think. These people are fairly easy to reach for us, and so our status there is fairly good. I mentioned mail servers as an example. The top 4 SMTP servers are compliant by now, one of them by me. And the top 3 IMAP servers are either on their way internally or ready for users already. Being on the way internally counts for me. We made this happen basically by being there to talk to developers. On the last 2 conferences that I attended, multiple people came to me at each of the conferences and said, "Hey, Arndt, I hear you can answer questions about..." And so we went and had a coffee, and I told them things. And then I smiled, because that's beautiful. I just have to answer software, and people do the real work. So that's server software. It's not end-user software. End-user software, however, next slide, please, tends to build on open source foundations. Many of you will have heard about Ruby on Rails, or about Bootstrap, or about Laravel. These are things that are used by a huge number of websites, sometimes a huge number of smartphone apps, tens of thousands for the small frameworks, millions for the big ones. They tend to be open source, partly because one company wants to cooperate with others on maintaining it, partly for other reasons, but whatever, it means that I, being a developer and being able to speak the right language, am able to talk to them and either answer questions, educate, or simply contribute something myself. It takes time, though. It's not easy to persuade someone who has 2 million websites to just ship something and update them. Next slide, please. And that covers programming languages and hardware even more. Programming languages are all open source, and the addresses of at least some people in the development team are easy to get at, if you are comfortable with source codes. That doesn't mean that getting a change in is simple. You see that screenshot? That's a real message that I received. You probably all have seen that email client. actually identifying the bug that led to this display takes a long time, and persuading the team to include a fix, if I can do it, I can't in this case, or to trace the bug takes enormously long time. I've waited for almost a year for a contribution to be merged now. It may be even longer. Still, there's movement on all four fronts. The news is not all bad. Things are happening, and that's all. Next slide. Questions? Oh, I went a minute past.
Okay. Thank you, Arnd. So, Annavin. Yeah?
Oh, thank you.
Annavin, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
So,
yes, hi.
Please, how are you? Fine?
Yes, fine, fine, I'm fine. I'm sad that I cannot go to that.
Okay, so please continue. With
Yes,
your...
first, can I share my screen? Because I have some measurement to share to you guys about Thailand website. Let me try. Okay, here. Everyone can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here that is a measurement that currently we are doing now in Thailand, that we measure that how many websites in Thailand is UA ready. The criteria that we have measured is we measure from the top 200 website, the most popular website in Thailand that user go search for. First, we looking for the registration form. Secondly is contact form, and third, the last one is subscribe form. Because these are three most important and frequently appear in the Thai website. So after we have researched, after we have measured in this 200 website, sorry, it's in Thai language, but I will explain you bit by bit, the number by number. So here, in the blue one here, it means that on our 200 websites, we have only 14 websites that registration form or contact form or subscribe form that you can enter EAI domain, EAI email, sorry, EAI email. Only 7%, and the rest 93% is not support EAI. Okay, for registration form, same number, that only 14 websites or 7% that we can enter EAI email. And for contact us or contact form, we found 17 websites that are 88.5% that we can enter EAI email. And for subscribe, we found only 3 websites or 1.5% that support EAI email. But surprisingly, that after I go to 200 websites, we found one website that can send and receive and fully support EAI email, because they can send back, I can enter my Thai email, and also they can send the newsletter to me, and also I can registration with my Thai email, and also contact them with the contact form. And this website, I didn't contact them anything, but I asked them that which technology they use. Mainly they use the Alma Linux and Postfix and Dovecot, the three main. They use these 3 technology to build their website. Their website name is, I think, is propertyhub.in.th. So this is a little bit share of my UA measurement in Thailand. Next thing, okay, let me stop sharing a bit, then I will share my preparing slide. Okay. Here, sorry, I cannot find now. Sorry again. Let me. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Here. Okay. Let's talk about Thai domain statistics a little bit. In the past 5 years, our IDN domain increased a little between the second year and the third year. Here we have highly increased in the number of IDN domain, but we keep a little bit slowly increase in the last 3 or 4 years. So this is our statistic number in Thailand. But now, what are we doing to how we? So now we are doing something like a little bit marketing and doing some technical, because we want to increase the number of IDN domain, but we need to find a platform that also support IDN domain too. So what are we doing now in Thailand that to increase both technical perspective and our marketing perspective, economic perspective? First, what are we doing? We are teaching in the education. We are teaching the teacher to create their website by using Google Sites with IDN domain. Why we using Google Site? Because the Google Site, they have the function called custom domain. So you just like enter CNAME or TXT file and then enter the IDN domain. Is also support too. Here is some example of our IDN, our course. That this is the teacher, Thai teacher, create their website with Google Site and using IDN domain here. This in English is a ktd.thai. Also in the economic, we create our own platform. We call the single page platform for our website. For the economic too, they have their company profile. They can create the company website, and also we cooperate with our government to promote this platform to ask our SME, our local shop to use this platform to support for UA Ladies platform. And on the government side, we also have the MOU and TOR with them to do the policy and create a system that support the UA to be UA Lady, because now we have the policy that the main contact point for the government need to be using email address. So we ask them that apart from the email address, you should use the EAI email address or Thai email address for the main contact point, because it can reduce the scam and phishing. Because now we have a lot in Thailand, we have a lot of the phishing and scam. Here are some, for example, of our success, that our government, they use IDN domain for their campaign, like this is for tourism campaign that they use right now. And also, we also create our own platform. We call Kon.Thai. Some of you may already heard it, that this is our EAI own platform that we give a free email to Thai people who want to try out the EAI email address. Also, this is a challenge that all of you have already know it already, that some of the social media doesn't support the EAI email. And lastly, here is a little bit that what we are working right now with WordPress. This is a solution that we are discussing with the WordPress developer in Thailand, that how we can to make it to be appropriate, because this is a solution that we discuss in Thailand right now, that what are we going to customize WordPress to support fully support EAI. Like we have to edit the formatting.php in the include file, edit PHP mailer, edit the SMTP file to make it can receive EI email, can send and receive EI email address. So I think the next step for Thailand, maybe 1 or 2 years from now on, we try to make it to be appropriate plug-in, because there is a downside on this, that this solution, when the WordPress is updated, we have to go back and check this configuration still be active or not, because when the WordPress update, there may be override or of this core file. Sure. Thank you. That's all from Thailand.ครับ.
Thank you. Thank you, Anavin. Nice cases you have. I'm inviting audience, if you want to ask something. We have 15 minutes, so please, the mic there.
Hi, my name is Miroslav Koчин for Vadim. You mentioned that there is ISP system solution, hosting solution, ISP manager, working with Cyrillic letters, actually emails, sending and receiving. Am I right? It does function right now.
Right now, ISP Manager have released their version which contain open source solution inside of
Postfix and Dovecot, I guess.
I'm not sure the postfix, I think Exim, but I need to figure out it. I'm not sure. I'm honestly
Anyhow,
not remember.
But it does work.
Yep, we are tested it.
Great.
It will most likely be postfix and courier.
It's likely.
So we can expect that cPanel and Plesk could be also develop something with SMTP UTF-8.
It could be, I think, but we are not in touch with the developers. ISP Manager, it's a Russian
From Omsk, I know.
Russian company. Yeah.
I would gladly add something like Vadim was mentioning testbed solution. So if you are interested in that, you have the document in his presentation. You have the link and you can read what is behind. So whether it's PostScript, Courier, whatever. So more questions?
Can I just want to add, sorry, to what Vadim has said. ISP Manager, they also support the creation of Cyrillic email addresses, not just send receive. Yes. This is the big difference, right? What? Okay, thanks.
More questions?
I have one. May I?
Yes.
I saw in the last presentation that source code of PHP mailer. Am I right that you're using regular expression for validation there?
Anavin, it is for you.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it.
We are not hearing you. Please unmute yourself.
Unmute mic?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, hear me so I can speak out.
Yes.
Okay, so why we use the regular expression at the first place? Because I can say that it's not appropriate solution to use regular expression, because my solution is support only for Thai language.
Oh,
and why I am doing this, because we are on the testing that if we do just change only a little bit, not change all of the WordPress core function, how it works. We want to look the solution. We want to look how it look like first, and then. But the best solution I think you can find at the UASG website that I try to follow it. That you have to convert it to be in the how to say that, in the Punicode, and then check it with the MX and DNS that is already exists or not, is already the real domain or not. That is, I think that is the best solution to do that in the WordPress. And also, it also be my next step that I want to do that. but the solution that in Thailand we're working right now, we do like this because it's fast and easy. I can say that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. More questions? No questions. So my question to all of you, and please, same way. So from Walter to Anavin. So what is the key work that you will do as a next step? So you all done from your positions, you have all done something. So what is the key work that you will focus on in next?
Yeah, I think in China community, the next step will be first, not only create the UA awareness. Actually, we are in the process of the UA adoption, but still, it's a tough time to let every technical perspective can follow the UA standard. I think just now make a good point. I think he joined the trip that we talked with some technical vendor in China. That's the typical answer we get. If nobody really use the UA, no, use the IDN, so it's no use. And secondly is like, that's not a problem until now. But actually, when we point out what their problems or bugs they are facing, they like, a little bit embarrassed. So the next step is first create the measurement standard. Secondly, I think the key part of the overall UA progress is not determined by the CDNI or the organization. It's actually by the registrant. I think because if we know the demand from the internet user is very important, but the domain name market is not a direct usage promotion from the registry to the internet user. So the connection will be the registrant. Let's go back to why .com name is more and more popular. It's not because Verisign or the network solution at the very early stage to educate people remember .com. That's because a lot of websites use .com to build internet. So people get the idea .com is important. So the connection between the registrant, the website owner with ID names, and the internet users is actually to create the awareness and really create the value for IDN. So my personal idea is like next step in each community focus on support the registrant, the website owner to begin to educate their users to begin type, use, remember the IDN. And then the technical platform will see the real demand. And then UA will enter the next step. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Nabil?
Yeah, thank you, Dushan. So our next step is twofold, if I might say. So one of the things that we want to focus on is to approach those big companies, big email providers, without citing names, to start the debate with them on the possibility of enabling the creation of email addresses, email address internationalization. As you have seen in previous slides, so no company right now is providing this tool. They can send and receive, yes, this is a silver level, but we want to go to the gold level and to the platinum level that we have defined in UASG. And with the help and the support of ICANN, we have already started this, and Arndt might talk a bit about some details about this. The second step is to educate people. So in the measurement working group, which is one of the working groups of the USG, we have built the curricula for universities, because we strongly believe that any change in a society, in a given society, should come from the university. So if you don't have people, the future engineers, if they are not educated and well prepared for implementing universal acceptance, we are not going to the right way, because you can do whatever you want, but you don't have people that will implement this easily. And we have now developed the curriculum with more than 12 micro modules that can be implemented in some courses in the university related to computer science or computer engineering. And if you are interested in this topic, that would be the topic of our next session.
Thank you, Nabil. Vadim?
Yep. First of all, I'm trying to make some reference because I'm a technical guy and see it from a technical perspective. And we have our engine, Maria, that's doing everything. And so we sometimes not synchronized about the next steps. So it will be my personal opinion. What we need to do is the next step. I'm pretty sure that, and I'm talking to developers about it, software developers, I mean, that they need a simple, understandable, step-by-step instruction how to make their solutions, which popular solution usually, universal acceptance ready. That's all they need, because when we're trying to push them to make it, they starting to say, oh, it's so difficult. It's need to find some resource, find some people. They are busy every day, and so on. If you have the way how to do it easy and fast, you have feedback. And my personal opinion that I'm talking now about email address, of course, because with ID and domain situation is easier, much easier than with email addresses. And in email addresses, no one see any profit to make some money on internationalized email addresses. So it's usually something that can be some advantage, but it's tiny advantage from point of view of business guys. And if you see tiny advantage and think that it's very hard to implement, the decision obvious. But if you can give simple and easy instruction how to do it, you can get another feedback. That's my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. Arndt?
Can you imagine who's going to develop solution for anti-spam for our domain?
Me.
I can answer that. And I can answer why as well. For anti-spam, the biggest anti-spam companies do want to handle all kinds of incoming mail because they see that as a business advantage. They believe that by understanding all kinds of mail, they derive a business advantage. I happen to know that one of the biggest companies has precisely 2 developers who know how to do it. But that company put one of the 2 developers on actually doing it, so fine. Another that I'm familiar with, started doing it as a personal favor to a friend of mine. They said this is not very much work, and he asked for a favor, so it happened. But I'd like to give my answer to the original question. I think that today we have 2 or perhaps 3 real showstoppers, problems that are so severe that they prevent people from using internationalized domain names. One is linkification. If you cannot type your domain name and have it show up as a link in an instant messenger or on social media, then that's a really severe failing. We do have progress on that, though. I think that there are a couple of things that have changed or are changing, but not yet deployed with users. Sometime before the end of the 3rd quarter, I think that a majority of, shall we say, user experience will see it working. And by the time a majority has it correct, then it's visible as a defect for the minority of developers. So I'm really hopeful for that, even though I'd like to see it working today. The other thing that I consider to be a showstopper is the lack of an email hosting provider with perfect support. I know, however, that the 2 biggest hosting providers outside of the big tech companies are working on it internally, so I see hope there as well. The possible third is what Vadim said, and it's also the reason why I spend so much time and effort on the foundations on the programming languages, even though it's so slow. I did some work last July that still has not been merged for reasons. It's slow, but if we can transform something from needing 500 lines of code, a month of work, to needing 1 line of code, or 0, then that really changes the state of the world. And that's why I'm probably the only person in this room who is happy about security problems. Because if I can get a universal acceptance change into some software, and then later there's a security problem, then everyone rushes to upgrade, and they get my feature as well. I've seen that happen. I mean, there was a really stupid little security fix, and a couple of months later, 100,000 servers had been upgraded. Perfect.
Thank you. So, Anavin, let's close it with you. So please be short.
Yes, to be short, what the next step for me? I think I will create, what we plan, not I think, we try to create demand in Thailand. Why we have to create demand in Thailand? Because I found that when I go to the email provider, go to the government, whatever they say that no one going, there's no user to use the EAI or IDN domain. So, and also that I closely convinced one company to update, to implement their service to use EAR email, and they said that it's a little bit hard. Even we also align with the solution, we know everything that we have to update the operating system. We have to configure something in the XSIM, something like this. They said that, but it's a big job for them because their user are not using the EI email or IDN right now. So that's why on the, on the first, that's why we are trying to increase the number of users of IDN and EI as much as possible to make all the provider, all the developer looking into it and interest in the IDN and EI. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Anavin. We are done with this session. Thank you all for participating. And I want a couple of logistics things. So coffee now. Later you have technical workshop to the room to the right, my right now. So to the right. Plenary session is here. So enjoy your coffee.
Shall we start? So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this fourth plenary session about the integration of universal acceptance into the curricula of technical faculties. So, as you know, that universal acceptance is the foundation of today's global multilingual internet, and knowledge of it is what makes ambitious developers, programmers, and system administrators more competitive if it's among the skills they possess. So as we mentioned in the previous session, we strongly believe that the change and the adoption, the wide adoption of universal acceptance should come from the university. University should be involved in this big process. So it's my pleasure to have to moderate this session. I have some well-known faces, experts in the field. We have Ms. Nudomo from Association of African Universities in Ghana. We have Ms. Alessandra, Professor, Faculty of Electrical Engineering at the University of Belgrade, Serbia. And we have Dr. Sarmat Hussein, Senior Director of IDN and Universal Acceptance Programs at ICANN. So without further delay, I will give the floor to my guests to introduce themselves, and then we start the debate. Please.
Okay, I'm Nodumo Dlamini. I work for the Association of African Universities as the Director for ICT Services. Thank you.
My name is Aleksandra Smiljanic, and I'm professor at the School of Electrical Engineering of Belgrade University, and I'm teaching and I'm doing research in the area of internet technologies.
My name is Sarmat Hussain. I'm a Senior Director for IDN and UA programs at ICANN, and in my past life I was a professor of Computer Science and Engineering at Engineering University. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will start with Sarmat. As you know, we have developed the curricula in the UASG, and it's my pleasure to ask you to give us some overview about this program, about these activities.
Okay, thank you, Nabil. And if I can request the slides, please. So what we'll do is try to take you through, I guess, a work in progress in a way. We're developing curriculum for IT programs to be integrated into their regular degree programs. And the idea eventually is that we develop a sustainable mechanism to have people be familiar with this technology, so that when they obviously go into the field and into their profession, they can take this up more easily and more naturally. So basically, you know, we've actually seen the motivation behind why internationalized domain names or domain names in local languages and scripts are needed, and what advantages they provide to our communities, bringing digital inclusivity and choice. As I guess Sally in the morning was talking about as well, internet's evolved. You know, initially, of course, we have top-level domains and domain name system, which was supporting just the English letters, or ASCII as they're called. But as community basically came forward globally as internet grew, they shared that there is a requirement for having domain name system also in local languages of the world. Based on that need coming from the community, ICANN initially the standards were developed at Internet Engineering Task Force, and then ICANN moved forward to implement them first at the second level in 2003, and then the first top-level domains were then delegated as country code top-level domains starting 2009, and then the GTLD program through the new GTLD program in 2012. And over the period now, we have a total of 150 top-level domains delegated in the Internet root zone, covering 37 languages in 23 different scripts. So there is now a variety of top-level domains available. And with those top-level domains, obviously, complete domain names are also available in these languages. But the challenge now has been that with this technology available, applications are not really ready to accept them in all cases. And that's what, obviously, UA problem is about, and that's what we are solving. This is just an example of what is available currently as top-level domains, country codes. As you can see, they come in very different scripts across the globe. There are also examples of generic top-level domains which have been available. And as I said, in total, there are about 150 of them. With these domain names, it's now possible to have all these different kinds of with these top-level domains, it's possible to have all these different kind of complete domain names. And so all these domain names, by the way, we've registered, so you could actually type these and they will actually go to a website. Similarly, with these domain names, you can also have email addresses in many of these languages or all of these languages and scripts, which should work. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I guess one of the things we want to focus on is integrate this knowledge on what is available, how to use it properly in our university curriculum so that our students know how to process them. So I'm going to skip some of these slides. We can categorize domain names in different kinds of, I guess, technically different kinds of, I guess, types. We can have completely ASCII domain names. Some of them still don't work because the top-level domains are new or longer than 4 or 5 characters or 6 characters, which has been typically the case for legacy ones, or they can be in any local language. Similarly, email addresses can also be formed with a combination of ASCII and Unicode, and applications should be able to handle all of them. So the goal is that all domain names and email addresses work in all software applications, which requires that applications should be able to accept, validate, process, store, and display all these different kinds of domain names and email addresses. So the key objective of the curriculum which we've been developing is to introduce, first of all, the basic concepts, which means people need to understand what internationalization and localization is. And then, obviously, Unicode is the basic encoding scheme which supports internationalized localization. That's the basis of IDN and email address internationalization, or EAI standards as well. So those need to be covered. In addition to that, then we need to make sure that all the 5 use cases for all the different domain names, which we just referred to, they are covered as well. And another and I guess when they're doing this exercises in classroom, they should be able to not do everything from scratch, but use what is existing and available in as libraries in the different programming languages, so they not only understand the core theory, but also practical way of integrating that into real programs. And then also, as they get more advanced, they should also understand the underlying standards which have been developed and are able to eventually test their code. The way we've actually designed it is that it is something, a curriculum which should balance both theoretical knowledge and practical competence. So both background information as well as actual exercises are included. One of the ways there were a couple of ways we could actually have integrated or drafted it. One was to just develop a separate course which focuses on IDNs and universal acceptance. But one of the things we actually, obviously being at universities, realize is that it's always slightly more difficult sometimes to introduce a new course in a curriculum, because that has to go through multiple approval processes in some cases, or in many cases. It's easier to add a little bit of content in existing courses. That's easier from a management perspective, but also from a, I guess, pedagogical perspective, because a lot of what is covered in for IDNs and universal acceptance is not something which is localized to a single course, right? You're introducing multiple concepts which could be introduced in programming courses or database courses or many other places. So breaking the curriculum down into what we're calling the micro learning modules or smaller modules allows you more flexibility to integrate this coursework across the whole program, rather than try to fix it in a single course. But you still have an option that if you want to combine all that into a single course and offer it separately, that's also an option to go forward with. So both options are available. So that's sort of how the modules are designed. We've actually divided this whole curriculum into 12 different modules. As you can see, we start from basic programming, making sure people are aware of how to program with the Unicode strings in addition to just ASCII strings or normal strings which we use in programming languages. And then integrate that into their existing courses, like they need to understand how to process data using data structures and algorithms, how to store data through database management systems. And once they've, in some ways, understood how to manage simple strings of data, then we introduce these more special kind of strings, which are our domain names and email addresses. I guess there are separate modules which introduce internationalized domain names, and then how to program for those internationalized domain names. Similarly, email addresses and how to program for those email addresses. And then finally, some advanced topics like IDN security, and also processing IDNs and EI through mobile apps. So it sort of covers a variety of different modules, again, starting from some very basic concepts, going to obviously some reasonably advanced concepts, for example, when we talked about security around IDNs. Just to give you an example, I'm not going to go through all the 12 modules. This information is available online. But just to sort of give you a flavor of what is available. In the Unicode, in the first module, which is Unicode Programming Fundamentals, it's building up on your regular programming course, where students learn about basic data types and iteration, just initial concepts of programming using ASCII strings. And it basically builds on top of it, introducing that beyond ASCII there are other encoding schemes, and why Unicode is used now as opposed to other encoding schemes like ISO 8859. And then builds up on the data types and introduces Unicode as a character data type, and then goes into details on how Unicode-based strings actually can be processed similar to ASCII strings, and then how input filing, input-output actually can be done through Unicode UTF-8 format, which is different from the .txt format, which is your regular ASCII filing process. This can actually be integrated. This is like maybe one lecture once you've covered the regular ASCII one lecture, maybe 2 lectures, depending on, I guess how, that would depend on the teacher as well, but the faculty member, but it can be integrated in the first programming course. Similarly, I think this is just some more details about the second module, which goes into more processing of Unicode-centric strings. Unicode is a complex encoding scheme. So it requires, for example, normalization. There are font-related challenges. So it actually goes into some of the more advanced concepts around basically Unicode handling once the basic concept of Unicode have been introduced, and this can be integrated into the second programming course. Sometimes universities have an advanced programming course or an object-oriented programming course, so it could actually be integrated there. And so on. So we have courses on data structures where we share how Unicode strings actually can be used to process data. So for example, if you're handling Serbian names and you have a name list, or if you want to do a shopping list and grocery list, and you actually want to make some applications which are dealing with Serbian text, how do you input that text? How do you store that text? How do you, in case of names, how do you sort that into a sequence which is Serbian sequence and not English sequence? So many of those concepts actually, that's sorting or collation, for example, is one of the main functions which one needs to do, and collation obviously changes, or sorting sequence changes across scripts and languages, so some of those concepts come in here as well. Database management is largely dealing with storage of such strings. And then we come into IDNs. The first module just introduces very basic concepts about, what is a top-level domain, what's a generic top-level domain versus a country code top-level domain, how are internationalized domain names different from regular domain names, what are the underlying standards, what are the different forms of IDNs, A labels versus U labels, and so on. So some of those details are captured, and then some of the limitations with IDNs, I guess, and this can actually be integrated into the data communication or computer networks course. And then there's a separate module which goes into programming. So not only understanding how these things, what these things are, but how do you actually code using existing libraries to validate correct strings or correct domain names and resolve these in real time. And so that actually is also covered. And then we go into some more advanced topics. I guess we can skip that, but we also have a separate module which focuses on email address internationalization. It talks about how existing email protocols are enhanced using SMTP UTF-8 flag, and what I guess needs to be done with software, for example, supports such applications, and how can we actually integrate AI in our applications using the different libraries which are available. And then there's obviously a whole section on how to handle some of this work on mobile applications, because mobile applications have slightly different set of libraries than available for desktop or laptop computing. Finally, there is a whole section on IDN security. I guess that's important as well, because if you're managing IDNs, we need to make sure people know how to handle what are the security threats and how to handle those security threats. And then some other, I guess, work, which, what are the limitations within operating systems. So those are just a very quick introduction of what different modules are. They will impact a few set of courses, or they can be taught through different courses, and I've shared which module fits into which course, or they can be collated together into one new course. I guess that's another option. I've just given you a very quick overview of how this is designed. We actually have a very detailed material for teachers, for students, for each of these modules, including programming examples, which can actually be done in classroom. These are all available publicly at this link which is provided. Or if you want to know more, you can reach out to us at uaprogram.icann.org. Basically, I guess this is just an overview of what we're thinking. We are now, as a next step, want to work with different universities to see how, if different universities are interested in integrating this curriculum into their teaching. Of course, this is a first draft, and we would like to work with universities to evolve it and mature it, the contents of the course as I guess we put it into practice. And with that, thank you very much, and back to you, Nabil.
Thank you, Salmat, for briefing us on what is going on with ICANN and UASG on developing the content for our universities. This is a good milestone, and happy to see that we have achieved all this, and the content is made available publicly for faculty around the world to integrate this and to start teaching internationalization. My second question is for my second guest, Ms. Nudumu. So, based on your experience, what are the current efforts toward adopting universal acceptance curriculum in universities, especially across Africa? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I represent the Association of African Universities, and we are a network of over 400 universities across the continent. The secretariat is based in Accra, Ghana, and we are 57 years old. May I have my slides, please? Thank you.
You can click to go to the next slide.
No, we didn't get the slides.
Oh, but I sent them. They didn't get my slides here. Okay. Okay. So in April 2013, the Association of African Universities collaborated with ICANN to launch the Universal Acceptance Project, and this project is under another larger initiative which is called the Coalition for Digital Africa Initiative. So this project on universal acceptance aims to increase the number of African universities that are universal acceptance compliant. And we intend to have at least 200 universities UA compliant by 2025. The first objective is to evaluate the UA readiness of these universities by looking at their websites and also looking at their email systems. The second objective is to create awareness and develop the capacity to implement UA within the curricula. Then we also intend to encourage higher education institutions to participate in the work of the UA steering group. So what we've done, because this project is just beginning, In February 2024, this year, we conducted some consultations with deans of faculties and heads of departments for computer science in African universities. We had 2 consultations. The first one was for the Anglophone speaking universities. The second one was for the French-speaking universities. So we got quite a lot of interest in these consultations. The English consultation had 249 attendees in terms of people that are associated with the computer science faculties. The Francophone consultation had 34 attendees. The key discussions during these consultations focused on introducing universal acceptance and also discussing with the universities what they thought about integrating UA principles within the curricula. So the computer science faculty had a number of questions around how many hours were required to teach the UA curricula, because they needed to estimate the time that they would need to integrate this. And they were also worried about who will teach the curricula, that we needed to ensure that there was capacity to actually deliver the curricula. And they were interested in understanding the type of support that we would give to the universities as they roll out this curricula. And we also discussed how universities were currently adding new content into their curricula. And most of the universities indicated that it was possible to add the new curricula, but there were processes that they had to follow in order to add the new content. And of course, we are worried about the bureaucracy maybe within some universities in terms of adding new curricula. They were also very keen to talk about the value of a standalone course versus updating the relevant different courses in terms of what would be the best. So this is what were the slides that I had intended to share. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So the next steps that we are doing now, we have issued an expression of interest to universities that attended the consultation, and we've received quite a number of universities who are interested in going to the next stage. And we will have a follow-up workshop in Morocco next month in April. After the workshop in Morocco, we hope to have settled on at least 5 universities that will pilot the universal acceptance integration into their curricula. The challenges or opportunities, I think, resources, because for continuous training in Africa, we are divided maybe in 5 official languages. If you consider English, French, Portuguese, Arabic, and now Kiswahili. So we really need to be thinking about training using the 5 official languages. The other potential challenge is the bureaucracy in terms of updating curricula. So as we pilot this initiative, we will also be looking at working with universities that will easily be able to adopt or integrate this UA curricula. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roduno, for this excellent presentation. And happy to see that we have a workshop in Morocco next month. Okay, so my third guest, Ms. Alexandra Naminja, will share perspectives on the possibility of adopting UA curriculum in IT programs in Serbia. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will first talk about my teaching experience related to universal acceptance, and then I will talk about this proposed curriculum which I went through before this panel. I'm teaching at the School of Electrical Engineering of Belgrade University 2 courses which are related to this area. First course is Internet Fundamentals and Applications, and the second course is Internet Programming. The first course, Internet Fundamentals and Applications, is obligatory course, so all students have to take that course. And this course covers entire TCP/IP stack, from the physical layer all the way to the application layer. And this is a typical course which is taught at many universities. In that course, I'm also teaching DNS, domain name system. And this is the course where IDN can be incorporated naturally and logically. Of course, there is no much space, but some type of microkernel can be covered to give students some basic ideas about capabilities of IDN. The second course that I'm teaching is Internet Programming. This course is not that typical. This is the elective course. And in that course, students learn how to build, develop dynamic websites. In that course, I'm teaching several programming languages, to call them like that. I'm teaching HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, and MySQL. Of course, I cannot cover these languages in details because this is only 1 semester course. The main idea of that course is that students learn basic functionalities and how to integrate them so that they can implement functional dynamic website with basic functionalities. In that course, I'm already teaching students how to incorporate Serbian alphabets into these into implementation of the websites, and so that they can build websites in Serbian language. I have to say that it was not easy to find that information which is related to universal acceptance. All material that you have related to programming languages are well documented, etc., on the internet, but when it comes to some particular language, then this coverage is not that detailed, and I had to, let's say, dig or to mine through internet to get information that I needed. So this is my experience related to universal acceptance. Now I will say a few words about this proposed curriculum. I think it is well written. It is useful for professors who teach in that area. It is comprehensive. I think that it mainly can be used as microkernels within some of the existing courses. I'm not sure if it is easy to introduce the specialized course which is going to be based on such curriculum. In Serbia, at least at my university, we don't have these administrative problems, but I see some other hurdles. For example, IT market is very strong in Serbia, and students are rushing to finish their studies and to get to the job market because salaries are high. Very often, students start working while they are studying. Sometimes they even drop university, or they don't even enroll university because they are actually rushing to get practical experience as soon as possible. So I'm not sure if such course would be useful for them to get some knowledge needed on the job market. I'm not sure if it would give them some advantage in terms of salaries, and this is what they are usually looking for. Especially in Serbia, our situation is particular. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but we have two alphabets, and they are used interchangeably. One is Latin, the other one is Cyrillic. And there is one-to-one correspondence between these two, which is very nice. Cyrillic is our traditional alphabet. This is very nice because we learn, from early ages to read Latin and Cyrillic. But difference between Serbian alphabet and English alphabet are not very big. So we can easily adjust to these English letters and English alphabet. So we don't have some big urge for having our own alphabets. Of course, that would cover more people and people are, of course, happy to have their traditional alphabets used, but it's not that critical. So this is why I'm saying I'm not sure if it gives a big advantage on the market. Secondly, this whole course covers is not very simple. It covers many different programming languages, many different technologies, and usually students take these particular languages through elective courses. So I think such curriculum should be complex for many students because they don't have sufficient background. That's another problem that I see, and I see one more problem. I didn't find in this curriculum how-to manuals which solve some popular issues from the beginning until the end, which can be, for example, studied by students in the lab, so that they have complete solution. This was mentioned in the panel, in the previous panel. So this is how programmers learn today. They need how-to instructions to resolve some particular problem. This is the fastest way for them to learn. So I didn't find this type of information in the curriculum. So my suggestions how to possibly improve it and how to make it more efficient, effective, I have several suggestions. One is to make it to adjust such a curriculum to particular languages, so that we have curriculum specialized for Serbian language. Because this curriculum will be useful for Serbian IT developers because they are the most likely the ones who are going to implement universal acceptance in Serbia. That is one thing. It would be nice to have, and this would help to professors also who teach courses in that area to get what they need from that specialized curriculum for particular language and to have it quickly. This is important because in Serbia, for the same reason, because we have such strong job market, it's not very easy to have professors. To get professors and especially young teaching assistants to university, as they have much higher salaries in IT companies and they don't want to stay to teach. So our resources are very limited in this teaching area, and this is why we need efficient, let's say, utilization of these resources, and it would be very helpful if we would have a Serbian curriculum which is developed and updated in a central manner, for example, organized by Serbian registry, which is correspondence to ICANN, and then all professors who teach in that area can use that microkernel, these modules for Serbian. So this is, I think, this would be helpful to have. And then I agree that this modular structure is very good. I support that. It needs to be updated because programming languages are evolving all the time. And I think that it would be also to have some centralized forum, for example, for Serbian or for other countries, which are developed and maintained by national registries. I think that would be very helpful for professors and teachers to have.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alexandra, for your input. So definitely the curriculum that we have now on the ICANN website is general guidelines with some comprehensive content. They try to cover many different examples from different scripts, but definitely when it will be adopted by a certain country or community, they will add more examples from their own scripts. At this stage, we are looking forward for receiving some feedback from the community, so please feel free to send your feedback to the email address that you will find in the ICANN website regarding the curriculum, so that we can improve what we have. This is like the first draft that we have right now. It's pretty comprehensive and contains detailed content. Some modules go for more than 30 pages of content, as you can see on the website. But please feel free to send your comments so that we can improve it. So this opens up another question for my panels. So for example, for Salma, please, so what is the minimum of content that should be added right now from your point of view? So if you want to start right now, because we have a huge content now, it will not be easy to implement it as a bundle because of all the reasons that you have cited. But what is the minimum that we can implement right now to start with?
So I think, of course, one will have to start with basics, right? You would need to understand how to process Unicode strings. That's a starting point. Then I guess looking at once string processing, students understand string processing, looking at how to manage IDNs and IDN programming. I think that part is core. One can optionally add email address processing. Some courses, network courses cover that, some may not actually. But just the DNS part and core Unicode programming, I think those are at least two essential components which should be done.
Definitely. Yeah. So definitely, and this is also open up another question that might answer your concerns. So I will ask how such a course might serve those who are using Latin script-based languages, so who are not concerned by this internationalization problem. They are using English or they are using Latin script rated languages. So this is an open question for all of you. How this content or this curriculum will serve this community? Yes, Samad?
So even for those who are using Latin, Latin is, you've got your technical, I guess technically from a curriculum point of view, you've got your basic set, which is ASCII, the American Standard Code for Information Interchange, which we normally use the A to Z characters. But many of the languages which use Latin script, Spanish, French, German, many of the European languages, I guess many of the languages spoken in this region as well, use extended Latin characters. Those are actually IDNs. There are a lot of languages in Africa, how Latin, which uses Latin script, but uses extended Latin like Yoruba and Ewe and other languages. There's a use of Latin script in Asia. Vietnamese is a good example, which uses a very significantly extended character set. Even within using Latin. So just because you're using Latin doesn't automatically mean that the existing DNS, the ASCII DNS portion will support your languages. You may still have to use IDNs to use some of these characters which are different or have accents within even the Latin script.
Yeah, thank you. And also, I think that if, even though you are not facing these challenges of non-Latin script in your language, for example, teaching this content to your students in the university opens up more opportunities for them to find other jobs, with collaborating with other countries, with other communities, etc. So they are not only prepared for their local market. Yeah, that's I think might be interesting for our students.
But on the other side, it's hard to, you should know that language. It's not easy to learn the language of the other country. So that's the problem. So I assume that it's most natural that people from one country will work on localization in that country. Of course, there are other possibilities.
Some similar sister languages, for example, if you might say, for example, in French, you have just accents that you need to add to the Latin script. So I think any European country can get easier with this challenge. It's different from using a total different script. So my question, okay, Maria, please.
Hello once again, Maria Kolesnikova from .ru and .rf. I actually have a comment and a question, if possible. So from my opinion, and adding to your discussion, learning to how to manage IDNs and ERE addresses, it means not to get in some advantages probably for the job market, but it's getting knowledge on how it works right now. So this is something about basics of how the internet identifiers are working right now, because these IDN domain names, they already exist. And this, no, there are not so many international HTML addresses, but some of them also already exist. So if young people come to the job market and they are going to develop some new technology project, this project should be already be done in a way to properly manage such internet identifiers. So this is just a basic knowledge for these days. And my question is, what do you think, from this perspective, if this is the basic knowledge, do you think we can take some parts, some very useful parts of this curriculum and add to some other courses for technicians, for programming, for probably even linguistic faculties? Because, so once again, this is just basics of the nowadays internet, right? So everyone should know it and know how to work with it. And another question, the second one, how do you think, do we need to add some probably laboratory tasks or some practical tasks for students based on this curricula, so professors can take it and come to students and provide these tasks like a practical, I don't know, exercises based on this curriculum? Will it be useful or not? Thank you.
Yeah, the floor is yours. Yeah, Alexandra.
So I just want to, maybe I was not clear. When I was talking about job market, I was thinking about this entire course based on the entire curriculum. So this course cannot be obligatory because we don't have too many obligatory courses. It needs to be elective course. And I'm not sure if students would take such course because I'm not sure if it would give them advantage on the job market. I might be wrong, but I don't see, from today's lectures, I got similar actually impression that it's not still that, how to say, developed business, let's say. So I'm telling I'm not sure if students don't take that course, this course is not going to run. Yes, and now as far as IDN is concerned, I said it can be incorporated into the existing obligatory course. That's something which can be done and should be done, but we cannot provide too many details, and students cannot learn some practical, too detailed practical knowledge because this course covers a very broad area. And they are learning basics, not now, this is more advanced knowledge. So I agree that it should be taught so that students know that this technology exists and what this technology offers. But related to this more advanced and practical knowledge, I'm not sure exactly if they would be interested so that they take course on that, entire course on that, but it can be incorporated into the existing courses, I agree. And I agree also it would be great to have, I'm just thinking about Drive, what will bring that technology to happen.
Yeah, definitely,
you know? Yes.
definitely. Salma, do you want to add something?
Sure. So I think I'd like to sort of agree to what you're saying, but also sort of reflect in a slightly different way. I think even if you introduce some of these concepts in basic courses, sometimes that's sufficient because it's important that students sort of know these things exist, and then when and if they face that in their practical life, they can always come back and get more information to actually solve the problem. But if they don't even know that these things exist, it's a much larger barrier for them to solve it when they face it professionally. So introducing them, even without going into a lot of depth, I think still has a lot of value for their careers. In case maybe some of them will face, how to program, for example, in Serbian. So sure, and to your second question, I think we are in the process of developing some exercises and other things for faculty members to when they're teaching. So that work is still under progress. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed your presentation. Just one point to
Just
note.
please introduce yourself.
Oh
please,
yes, my
for the
name is
record.
Banu Nipain. I serve as an advisor for UNESCO.
Thank you.
Just to bring it, and this is something that I was planning to bring it to your attention, Sarmad, tomorrow, but I think perhaps I'm advancing my thoughts. How about developing a few self-directed learning tools or courses on this one, which will be standalone, because we have done it for very technical aspects, such as, downscaling technique in environmental management, like, when the satellites are going, they are doing, core scale thing, how to bring that core scale mapping to downscaling. In fact, no sooner that we realized in 3 months, there were almost like 39,000 people, students had taken that course. And still, if you go to different parts of the world, people talk about those courses. So I think, what UNESCO would be more than happy to collaborate with ICANN to create, several, self-directed learning OER or open educational resources, which will be there and which can also be adapted to the context of the of university. But at the same time, like in-service training. Because if someone gets hired as a technologist at Ministry of Information and Technology, don't you think that that person will have to learn this thing, afresh? So I don't think that you will have to go through the entire spectrum of the course, but perhaps there will be a specific module, that this person can take. So we will be more than happy to collaborate with you to develop, self-directed learning modules on this one. Just a thought. Thank you so much.
So you are referring to some self-paced courses, online courses, yeah.
Sure.
Samad?
So thank you very much. I think that's a great idea. That would be a good next step, considering that we now actually have a core curriculum in place. So certainly, I think we'd love to follow up on that. So because that allows students to learn it offline at their own pace, in their own time, and that provides also another opportunity for them to engage. Yeah, thank you.
And it will permit to those who don't have this in their curriculum, existing curriculum, to do it by themselves. Yeah. So this is something that has been initiated for a long time. ICANN learning website has some basic content about universal acceptance, but this can be a good milestone that we can achieve together. Thank you for your offer. Thank you. So my next question is how the curriculum can be shared with universities globally. So my question is to my Nuduno guests.
Yeah, I think we've already started. For example, in Africa, we are focusing on the computer science faculties. The consultations that I referred to were targeting all the universities in Africa. So we will continue doing that. And we normally do this through virtual webinars where we bring them together and we inform them about this. And I think the interest is actually very high. We now need to just work with the countries in Africa also that are case studies for the implementations of IDNs. I know that in North Africa, there are already some IDNs, but in countries like Ethiopia, for example, that have their own language with their own scripts, it's a good opportunity to actually trial this. And of course, Ghana and Nigeria also have some languages that use different scripts, but we're not as advanced in terms of the implementation of the IDNs. So we're hoping that the implementation of this curricula can go hand in hand with the actual registration of IDNs and their usage. Thank you.
So do you think that webinars and online workshops can replace face-to-face workshops to succeed in this task, to train faculty members from Africa and from other regions to learn about this? Because at the end of the day, we are targeting students, but still we have faculty are not trained in this content. And majority of students and faculty are not aware of the possibility to create email address in non-Latin script and domain names in non-Latin script. That's a reality right now.
Yeah, I think face-to-face is always would be the best, but what we learned post-COVID is that people are now amenable to learning online, but if there are opportunities to also meet face-to-face, that would be great. But currently, many people will make do with a virtual workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Sarmad, from your point of view, in some regions we have the country code top-level domains in IDN, but there is no big deployment and creation of new domain names in IDNs. So how teaching students from these regions will be successful? How can we convince them of the importance of this when they see that it has not been implemented in their country, even though they have the IDN CCTLD?
So there are, what we've observed that there are two kinds of cases here. One, of course, is a cultural thing that in some countries, even if you have a local language, there is sufficient, I guess, fluency in English or French or some other or there's an official language which is, I guess, a different language from local language. And so there is alternative available, right? The other case, and in that sense, then they can actually, use the alternative. They could use English if English is their official language, even if they have a different national language. But in other places, there's also a case. There is also this chicken and egg problem, right? People may want to use this, but the support is not available. So we've actually, for example, gone in a couple of geographies where IDNs are available, but if you want to register and host those, you can't really find hosting providers to host your IDN or a hosting provider to create that email address for you. So for a registrant who was interested in hosting an internationalized domain name and using them, the industry is not ready. Since industry is not ready, people don't register, and then the industry doesn't get ready because there are no users. So it's sort of stuck in that process. And somebody needs to come from laterally and pull people out of that situation or the ecosystem out of that situation. And in many cases, I think that could be governments who could create demand to serve their own citizens. Academia could actually play their role, that if they can train enough students to build capacity, because it's a capacity issue, right? Both capacity issue and a demand issue. So it's both sides of problems, and you're sort of stuck in that ecosystem. We're trying to reach out to governments, public sector, to share with them that this is something they could help with. We're also obviously wanting to reach out to technical community, and both need to sort of push ahead slowly. Eventually, they get out of that sort of problem.
Okay, so beside of the Association of African Universities, do you have some other examples of associations in Asia Pacific or in those regions where we have mainly the non-Latin script being used? So is ICANN collaborating with them or inviting them to share something or to collaborate?
So we generally try to support everybody who's interested to do implementation. African Association of African Universities has been a great partner for us to, I guess, take that message more broadly in Africa. We are also working not with associations, but in some cases CCTLD, IDN CCTLD operators, because they are obviously have a direct interest in their community and adoption of the IDN CCTLDs. So some of them we've been working with. We've organized trainings both for universities, but also actually for hosting providers in the country. And also and as far as interacting with students is concerned, it's not just curriculum, but we, for example, have been collaborating on hosting hackathons. There was a couple of examples quoted for hackathons arranged in Serbia over the last couple of years as well, as was mentioned earlier. But we've also, I guess, we've also been supporting such activities in other countries. So we'd love to work with anybody who's interested to work with us. Yeah.
Very good. It's a good message. Thank you. So I will open the floor for our attendees if they want to ask any question or give any comment. Please feel free to ask. The floor is yours. Yes, please. Here is the mic.
Registry, yeah, thank you. You know, I think that maybe it will be possible to organize something between webinar when one teacher teach something and more interactive, you know, that we can think about it because online it's not so bad. Of course, it's worse than face-to-face, but it can be organized in a new way.
Hybrid mode.
Yeah, and more interactive. Thank you.
I also have a comment. I'm Diana from .rs. Sarmad mentioned hackathons. So from the experience we had when we organized those, as they are type of, let's say, informal education, we had a lot of students from ETF. They actually won the first one. I interviewed many of them, and their attendance at the hackathon was maybe the first time they ever learned about anything about IDNs. I remember one young man saying, well, I knew that there was like .serb domain, and I know there was a Russian domain in Cyrillic, but that's about it. So through that process, they've learned there's some things like that exist. It was the first time they actually got acquainted with it. And why am I saying this? When we promote hackathons, we like choose 10 crews who compete. We have much more people who actually apply to attend. However, I, for example, advertise those hackathons on social media, and they have reach of a couple of thousands of young people and so on. So they come to our website, it's an opportunity for them to get acquainted with something they never met before. So maybe just a suggestion to the initiative, maybe why those hackathons need to be only national or only put out by one single organization? Why can't we like work together and think of something that would engage a lot of young people from different countries to compete towards something and organize a finale at some point? I mean, people do that in many other areas. For example, cybersecurity and so on, those programs are quite successful. So aside from the formal education, so they could get acquainted with the terms and with the situation, because we are talking about people who are like 15 or 16 or 17 or 18 or 19, 20 years old, and learning hard is not in many cases their primary task in life, right? So maybe this is just an idea to draw their attention and maybe invite them to be introduced to a wider audiences. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That's also a good comment. I think that, yeah, please.
Does it work? Yeah. Hi, Anna, with a very difficult Serbian last name, so I'll skip. I'm a communicologist and a linguist. My basics is in linguistics, but I have a master's in digital media and communication from Norway, actually. I spoke to Arndt. I was very happy to be able to
So you
speak.
have all the needed expertise in this field.
I raised my hand before the question or the comment was posed, and it leans on what she was talking about, because I was wondering of how aware the young people who step into the electrical engineering or
Computer science,
computer science, how aware are they at all before they start, before they kick off with the studies, about all these issues that Diana really wonderfully summarized here. So yeah, it kind of correlated. Thank you.
Alexandra, do you want to jump in?
Well, as I said, we teach in some courses related Before.
Do you ask them when they
No,
on the introduction or day or whatever? Do you discuss with them about these kinds of issues?
Generally, I can talk generally about programming. They have, again, as I said, because of this strong job market, it's very hard to get professors at universities and even more professors in secondary schools who are going to teach them programming languages. So students who come to my courses have very different backgrounds. And I was talking to them, they're coming from different schools, and it's very difficult because I cannot count on their background. So I have to start from the beginning, you know, so it all depends to which secondary schools from some secondary schools they get really excellent knowledge, from some others they don't. So it's very hard then to you know, start I have always to start from assuming that they don't have the background.
Yes,
Yeah.
I just want to add something. For example, in some specific courses like the DNS. So now, how can we teach the DNS without referring to the possibility of creating IDNs? So I think it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to not talk to these people, to our learners, our students, that they can create domain names in other scripts. And then we introduce the RFCs about this because they are technical people, they can understand. They are linked to standards published by all these standardization bodies. So this is my own experience. I'm also a professor of computer science. So the first question I ask my students, are you aware of the fact that you can create a domain name in Arabic? So they don't know. So all of them, it's not the majority, but no one can answer yes, it's possible. They don't heard about this. They didn't hear about this concept. And this is a good opportunity each time to introduce this topic to them. At least this category of students. Yeah, Sarmat?
Yeah, so Nabil actually just sort of reconfirmed what I was going to say, is that at least my experience has been that people are not really aware of, students are not really aware of internationalized domain names coming in. And in many cases, they're not even aware of when they're graduating. And that's what we want to change, of course. And you know, Nabil's talking about his students in Morocco, which actually has an IDN CCTLD in Arabic. And people still do not, and what he's saying is that students still do not know about the possibility of Arabic domain names in Morocco.
Exactly. And in general, they don't know that it can be done. Yes. So any question from attendees? Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Nikola. I am from Association Panse from Serbia, Pančevo, but also I work as a high school teacher, so I can share my experience. I don't have any question, but just to share my experience. I teach high school students how to create, how to build websites and something about coding in JavaScript or Python, and I think that's they didn't know anything about .srb domain. I have one, and I asked them, do you know that that you can register some Serb domain on Cyrillic? They didn't know that, and after that they learn how to create the websites, and also they think about on which domain will be that their site, on Cyrillic or Latin, and they combine and they use. They didn't know earlier, and I think that's so important to talk about that in high school, and of course to prepare for the college. And thank you for this material I searched when you talked about that, and I think that we can implement something in high school curriculum, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not the fault of the student, definitely. It's our fault, our faculty, because we have not implemented this from years ago. And yes, yeah, please.
Yes, again, Panuni Payne from UNESCO. Just one point, we have been talking about structured university or school level, like education. How about, have you ever thought about, the real education is actually needed at the top policy level? Have you ever thought about somehow, creating something that is relevant as well as very short and sweet for the policymakers to understand. So I think it is also a very interesting, it will be a very interesting move if we somehow create some of these very basic, that someone who is serving as a Director General of say Department of Information Communication somewhere must understand what IDNs are, or what universal acceptance is. So I think perhaps there also we can make some stride by creating a few flyers or something that is like this policymaker relevant, sort of to say the least. So perhaps on that one, if we, again, I bring my organization, because my organization primarily deals with member states, so to teach them beyond this 193 who will be trained or exposed about universal acceptance next month in May, perhaps we will have to have something that they can download and read to this.
Thank you. Those are good suggestions as well. We've done some work on integrating in IDNs and UA in the internet governance kind of work, and we've actually tried to reach out through I guess the IG kind of platforms, and some of those we've actually collaborated as well. But certainly I think there's more work needed there. So we'll continue to work and produce some of those awareness, I guess, literature or documentation for policymakers as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? No questions. So I will give the floor to my guests for their final words, please. Let's start with Nudin.
Okay, just to say thank you very much. We look forward to continue collaborating, sharing experiences from Africa to the rest of the world. And this has been a great opportunity to be here in Serbia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would also like to thank to ICANN for this curriculum. I will definitely use some parts of it, and we should all work, on these issues.
Thank you. Samad?
So for us as a next step, I think we are looking forward to working with a few universities in Africa, elsewhere, who are interested to, completely or partially implement this, so that we pilot it and improve it, and also develop more, I guess, guidelines on how to integrate it more thoroughly. So, we look forward to, if you're, so we thank you for your interest, and it's been lovely being in Belgrade. It's my first time in Serbia, so it's lovely. Thank you, RNIDS, for hosting us. Thank you.
So thank you very much. With these words, I would like to congratulate the Serbia for organizing this wonderful UA Day meeting. Thank you again for the hospitality and for your kindness and for having us and for facilitating all this. And thank you again, and see you in the next event, inshallah. Thank you.